Escape
with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick.
Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Points with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Points with Boomer Gordon.
1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Players to watch.
Well, it seems fairly obvious, Jimmy. Wouldn't it be William Nylander for the Toronto Maple Leafs on a 16-game point streak, leading the team in points with 25 and 11 goals on the season? He's been outstanding. One more game in Sweden. He wants to finish it off in a big way. And for the Minnesota Wild, let's go with Kirill the Thrill Kaprizov. Actually having a little bit of a down year. I don't know if you can call it a down year when a guy has 15 points in 16 games. It just seems like we expect a lot of Kirill Kaprizov. And, over his last 5 games, he does have 4 points now. So 5 goals on the season for Kaprizov. He's an exciting player to watch. 2 seasons ago, he had 108 points. Maybe tonight is a night he tries to break out, although the Leafs have been much better defensively in front of their goaltending.
Yes, Guy, to all of that. And I know that you have, even though it's early in the morning, I know you have a parlay to consider.
Ah, yes, Jimmy, let's get to the parlay. We have a Matthews goal. Kaprizov 4+ shots and Nylander 3+ shots. The Nylander 3+ shots has been such a lock recently, and Kaprizov 4+ shots, like we said, 5 goals on the year through 15 games. He's going to be shooting everything he possibly can. Let's look for Matthews to get off the schneid here. That is playing plus 432 on the FanDuel Sportsbook app, Jimmy.
Oh, okay, let's do a little scalpel job on the Minnesota Wild. Their special teams, suck. Their power play is 16.4. The penalty kill, are you ready for this? 66.1% for a total of 82.5, which is really bad.
Oof, that is ugly, Guy. Well, the power play for the Minnesota Wild, I could almost understand that. It's not like there's a ton of high-end skill sitting there. We talk about Kirill Kaprizov. He is that. He's probably a top 15 player in the NHL. Matt Zuccarello is still a good power play player. Outside of that up front, Matt Boldy's a good player, but he's not that super high-end skill either. And Rossi's a young player still trying to find his way here, who's shown some signs that he can be a good player. And then on the penalty kill side of things, there's actually no excuses for a team like that to have a bad penalty kill. If you're not going to have a good power play, you better have a good penalty kill, because your personnel should lend itself more to being penalty kill type players, maybe guys that are a little more defensively responsible. And so those are 2 situations here where the Leafs can take advantage of them. The Leafs power play has been very good, and their personnel is firing on all cylinders. So another situation here where the Leafs can find a way to get a leg up on the Wild in a game where, we're going to be watching at 8 a.m., but the Wild are playing the second half of a back-to-back that's, not even 24 hours for them, Jimmy. They played at 11 a.m. Eastern time yesterday against the Sens. They lost that game in shootout, went all the way to the shootout, a couple extra shooters, and now they got to turn around and play the Leafs again today.
Yeah, and so I think that, the way you're describing that would apply to maybe the first 2 periods for the Leafs against Detroit. There is something to finding your legs after an excursion like that. And Minnesota, maybe they're running on some adrenaline, but this team they allow 4 goals against a game. There's something to exploit here.
This Minnesota team is not good defensively. Like you just mentioned, 4 goals a game. Their season average is 4.20, good for 31st in the NHL when it comes to goals against. And that's like when you take a look at the underlying numbers of what they're actually giving up, like the quality of chances, that adds up. There's no defensive category that the Minnesota Wild are in the top third of in the NHL. In some areas, the Leafs will be able to take advantage. The Minnesota Wild allow 34.1 shots on net on average per game, 29th in the NHL. The only one that they're maybe okay in is high danger chances. They're 16th in the NHL. They're very average there. They're a fine team offensively, but I think if you take a look at the standings and you see where the Minnesota Wild are, they're exactly where they should be. They're not in a playoff spot. As of right now, they're four spots out of a wild card spot behind the Anaheim Ducks and the Arizona Coyotes in the West. So they're not having a good season, and they're probably right where they should be. And they're ripe for the picking today for a Leafs team that's playing quite well. Leafs are third in the Atlantic now. For a while, they were sitting in that wild card position. They've won 3 in a row. They're 5-3-2 in their last 10, and the star players are playing great. I think Ilya Samsonov showed last game that he's starting to maybe settle into the net a little bit more, although at times you can still see he's a little erratic moving around, but to let in 2 goals in a game is a good feeling for him, and I would imagine he builds some confidence off of that. And Jimmy, do we know who's starting in net? Have we heard who's
I always thought it was going to be Wall, but I thought Wall was the guy. I don't know why you would do Samsonov back-to-back, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess we'll wait to find out, Jimmy. We haven't caught any viz of them on the ice in warm-up yet. You know how much I like watching warm-ups, Jimmy.
Well, and the insiders are a little slow to respond this morning for whatever reason. I want to ask you the no-brainer question about the arena, the Avicii Arena, with the benches that go into the defensive zone. I guess the different glass in terms of bounce and just the overall feel of the rink. I mean, obviously you're making that judgment from television, but it is kind of interesting, isn't it?
It is interesting, Jimmy. Do you know I played a year in Sweden, right? So the Avicii Arena is in Stockholm. It's actually right next to the arena that both the Stockholm teams play out of, and that arena is called Hove Arena. And so AIK and Djurgårdens, they play out of that smaller arena. And I say smaller because the Globe, I believe, fits, 30,000 maybe. And by the Globe, I mean Avicii Arena. It used to be called the Globe. The other one, Hove, probably fits about 10,000. But the glass in Europe is different than the glass we have in North America. When you shoot a puck off the glass in Europe, it deadens the puck. So if you're on the penalty kill and you use the glass, the other team has a much better chance of keeping it in the zone. Whereas in North America, you're always taught to get the puck on the glass because it can kind of accelerate as it kind of winds around the glass or takes a big bounce. In Europe, that's not the case, so they always taught us to put it on the yellow dasher as hard as you possibly can because even the boards were a little more dead in Europe. And I would imagine it's the same there at the Avicii Arena. And so then the benches extend way into the offensive and defensive zones for both teams. So, there is more of a chance that we'll see some too many men penalties or some confusion around the bench, maybe some offsides. So that's very much at play as well. And the only time this arena, Avicii Arena, actually gets used on a regular basis is for big events. And so when both those Stockholm teams play against each other, they actually switch over and use the Avicii Arena and not the normal arena because there's so many fans that want to go to these games and they sell the place out, which is pretty incredible. And as you know, we've been watching the games and things have been sold out there. So a very cool atmosphere for everyone involved.
Okay, so let's memories of playing in Sweden. I mean, obviously they've made a major contribution to the NHL. It is a hockey factory. What was the feeling like playing there?
It was very cool. So I played in a small town in northern Sweden. The team was called Modo. I think a lot of people are familiar with Modo and all the players that have come out of there. And if you're not, it's like Peter Forsberg, Marcus Naslund, the Sedin twins, Victor Hedman, just to name a few, but there really are so many great players that have come from that small town of about 35,000. And, you kind of learn that all these small towns have their heroes. Like Kalle Järnkrok will be revered in his small town. I believe he's from Gävle, Sweden, which has a team as well. And all these guys are the heroes in their small towns. And then there's a few players that are just legends around Sweden. Guys like Matt Sundin, guys like Niklas Lidström. The one guy who's the biggest hero out of them all, can you take a guess, Jimmy?
Boris Salming should be.
100%. 100%. He is, no matter who is from your town and what they've done in the NHL, Boris Salming is the king of Sweden, and everyone reveres him there because he paved the way for all those players to come over to North America and play in the NHL. So it's really cool. You get a grasp and an understanding of that very early on once you're there. And the way they do things, I would imagine there's some people listening to us right now, Jimmy, who are on their way to their kids' minor hockey practices or games, house league, Timbits hockey, all that kind of stuff. You see it, how they do things there as far as player development and the team structure. It's like there's a pro team. So my pro team was Modo. So Modo has the men's team, it has the women's team, then it has the under 20 team, then it has the under 18 team. And some of the players that are really good on the under 18 team will actually play on the under 20 team. Then there's the under 16 team, then under 14. It's all within that one pro team's umbrella. And so what you do is you start by going to the hockey school there. And as you get older, they just work on skill development and playing like small area games, and they just bring you all the way up. And then at some point, you'll be a kid who's from that town who played minor hockey, who played junior hockey, and then plays pro hockey for that team. And of course, you move around and you find different cities to play in at some point. But it really is such a holistic kind of player development approach that they have, and they're developing a lot of outstanding players. And, Jimmy, we were talking a little bit the other day about like who is the face of Swedish hockey right now in the NHL? Who's that player? Like who would you say is the face of Swedish hockey right now?
I think there's a number of guys, so it's sort of, for me it would be split. I don't know if there's one guy. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's one specific guy. I would say right now, with just a little recency bias of what's going on in Sweden in the season that he's having, it would be William Nylander. Like he's on talk shows with his, he's got like his undershirt on, showing off the guns on talk shows, and he really is like rock star status. And if you asked me that question maybe a year or two ago, I probably would have said Victor Hedman. Like there's a mega star who's brought the Stanley Cup back to Sweden. He brought it back 2 years in a row. But as of right now, I'd be willing to say William Nylander is the biggest NHL star going in Sweden.
Okay, seconds to do this, but I mean that system you're describing, I don't know if it's stronger structured. If you're doing a comparison between North America or Canada and Sweden, is stronger structured a way to describe it?
Well, yeah, I guess. I think it's just more organized, where they keep everything in the town, in the program, and there's a lot of people that have been there. Like I think a lot in the town I played in, a lot of the people that worked with the Sedin twins are still working with some of the young minor hockey players now. So very cool to experience that. A very cool experience for the Leafs, who get to go over to Sweden, and William Nylander, who gets to continue his strong play in front of a lot of his family and friends.
Okay, we'll get everybody set for the opening face-off next. This is Leafs Game Day on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega-calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ann and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibe. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Well, the Leafs getting an early start to Grey Cup Sunday, finishing off their trip to Sweden. This morning, it's a game against the Minnesota Wild. So far, it all adds up. Leafs have already defeated the Wild earlier this year, Game 2 to be precise. And a big third-period rally Friday against Detroit has them enjoying Sweden immensely so far. Question is, Guy, does it continue? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And having breakfast with us. Welcome aboard to Molson Canadian Leafs hockey. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado reporting. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Ralph standing by. The starting lineup is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or Excel, there is a Molson with your name on it. Leafs lines will go like this. Matthews between Marner and Nyes. Tavares centering Nylander and Bertuzzi. Domi centering Yarncroc and Robertson. Camp centering Gregor and McMahon on the blue line. The pairings are Riley Brody, Gio McCabe, and Benoit and Legason. And we're assuming that Wall starts, although that hasn't been confirmed yet. So we'll defer to other people to tell us that one. But in the meantime, Frankie C., what's your take on all of that?
Can William Nylander, the Swedish prince, extend the point streak to 17 games, Jimmy? I say yes. The conditions are right for it. The second line is playing great. They're driving play at 5-on-5. One more game in Sweden. All of Willie's family and friends there. A sold-out Avicii Arena. A lot of people there to see this kid play. He's been a rock star all season long. I expect him to continue that on this Swedish trip. Like to see the third line continue to progress here, Jimmy. We talked about, they're not the biggest group of players, but they can have a similar effect where they play in the offensive zone and kind of wear teams down. They got the foot speed to do it. They got the tenacity to do it. And the fourth line has been good since adding Bobby McMahon. It's a line you can kind of count on now, and it gives Sheldon Keefe another tool where he can kind of roll four lines and not have to worry about one of those lines being a liability or always having to play in the defensive zone. And speaking about liabilities, Jimmy, you know who hasn't been a liability? The third D pair with Benoit and Lagesson. Right. Lagesson especially has been quite good. His ability to move the puck efficiently, quietly, some good poise. And Simon Benoit, he's not going to move the puck as efficiently as Lagesson, but he's been solid defensively. He's been physical. He understands his assignments in the defensive zone. He doesn't try and do too much. He doesn't put himself in vulnerable positions, and that's a good sign for a D pair of a couple of guys who have been called up from the Marlies and filled in quite adequately. Not sure who's starting in net yet, if it's Samsonov or Wall.
It is Wall.
There we go. So Jimmy, the insider trading with Jim Taddy. You heard it here first. Joseph Wall is starting, and he'll have to continue to do his thing where Ilya Samsonov plays a good game against Detroit, gives his team a chance to win. Now it's up to Joseph Wall to do the exact same thing. And so for the Leafs, this is a trip where, you maybe lose a little of the momentum, or you thought you were going to lose some of the momentum you had from last week, winning games against Calgary and Vancouver at home back-to-back. A lot of days off here in between games. You go to Sweden, it's a little sleepy to start off against the Detroit Red Wings, but once you find your legs, you find a way to win that game 3-2. Now you catch the Minnesota Wild on the second half of a back-to-back where they played less than 24 hours ago against the Ottawa Senators. That game went to a shootout. You can jump on them early. This doesn't have to be one of those games where, you have to make a big comeback and find your legs. You can jump on this team early, get them out of the game early, and send everyone back to North America. For the Leafs being happy, the Minnesota Wild thinking, we left a few points on the table in Sweden.
Okay, let's hear from Leafs coach Sheldon Keefe. This is on himself and the team being cultured in Sweden.
Now on the Leafs Radio Network, Maple Leafs head coach Sheldon Keefe.
I think, first for me, I've never been to Europe. I shouldn't say that. I was here 30 years ago, and not in Sweden, but in Finland and Russia for a minor hockey tournament. But so that in itself has been unique for me. I think just what I take away from it is I've coached a lot of Swedes. We got 5 on our roster here right now, and to get a bit of a feel for their culture and their lifestyle, I appreciate that. That's what I take away from it. Just all the experience, just getting a little more cultured for a guy that hasn't left the continent has been good for me. At the same time change, the jet lag, the schedule, those kind of things. I could do without a lot of that in an NHL schedule, but we're fortunate we got the 2 points last night and hopefully finish the trip off the same way.
What's coming? And I think because of the large number of Swedish players that have played in the NHL, certainly with the Leafs over the years, there's a fascination with what, how exactly does that country operate? What is it like? And I know climate-wise, it's eerily similar to what we have here. But in terms of living there, Frankie C., playing there, what was that like?
It's interesting that you start with the climate. The climate is interesting. It is very similar, but the biggest thing I noticed is that, days here, Jimmy, where it's kind of dark and, there's no snow, and those are gloomy days, right? But you'll see more people walking around when there's no snow here because people don't want to walk in the snow. In Sweden, as soon as the snow hits, it's like the town comes to life. It's like everyone is outside. They can't wait for the snow. They welcome the snow. As soon as it goes from summer to kind of fall, they're ready for the snow to hit the ground. And I can't say that is the same over here, having lived here a long time. But it is a little bit different. And it's interesting to see the Swedish guys in their home country because similar to Sheldon Keefe, I played with a lot of Swedish guys here in Canada and the United States. And then when you see them there, you understand, okay, they're in their kind of normal habitat. They're in their cities, and it's just one of those things where there's a few cultural differences. They love the coffee. Like they love coffee in the afternoon. It's called fika. Everyone goes and hangs out, has like a pastry. It's like an hour break in the middle of the day. And everyone does that. Jimmy, you and I could start doing that here. We'll call it, Jimmy and Frankie's fika hour. I don't know. We'll maybe do a little podcast of it, but that's something that everyone does every day there. And, I will say things are a little more laid back in Sweden. Like when I was trying to get my apartment sorted out when I lived there. So I got to Sweden. They set me up in my apartment, and I'm not even joking. There was one pillow on the bed, and there was a single kind of bed sheet. And I called the GM and I said, hey, I need a little more here. And he goes, oh yeah, we'll get that done next week. And it was always next week. They always push it to next week. They're just, they're a little more laid back than we are here. Whereas here, if you called management on a Saturday or Sunday or team services, they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. We're going to get over there right away and we'll get it fixed. So, it's a little bit different, but it is a great place to play hockey. And you get a feel for how important hockey is to all those communities very early on when you're there. It's like the number one thing rolling through all those communities, and the towns are kind of centered around the hockey rink and the young players going to the rink, the pro hockey games at night. It really is the first and foremost sport there, and I think a lot of people look up to a lot of the hockey players that have come over to North America, and the Leafs are a great example of some of those players with William Nylander leading the way.
Well, years ago, this was still at the Gardens, I ran into Anders Hedberg, who worked for the Leafs at that time, and I did ask him, like, what his home area, what was that like compared to Toronto? And he said, very eerily similar. So I found that fascinating. And, we should talk about Börje Salming and just what he represents. You talked about him being the guy, the sort of the king of all Swedish hockey players, and first guy not the first guy technically, but the first star, the first guy to come over and star in the NHL, and his perseverance, because this guy was manhandled, his perseverance in class and how he rose above that is just remarkable to those of us who can remember how he played and how he started in the league.
Well, you know what? I think you can speak to watching him play. Obviously, Jimmy, I wasn't around to do that, but I do understand the effect of what he did and how that was appreciated by everyone in Sweden. All the players, all the fans of the game. I got to see that firsthand where, I'm in a small town where there's a number of superstar players, Hall of Fame type players. And yes, they're a big deal there, but one player always kind of reigns supreme, and that was Börje Salming. So it was really cool to see that, and it's just such a deep, rich history of successful hockey players, and I think a lot of they're players that did it with such class and grace. You think of a guy like Nicholas Lidstrom, who was, I think it was coined like the perfect human being. Right? This was a guy who did everything so gracefully. He just won Norris after Norris, won Stanley Cups. Every year was considered one of the best defensemen in the league. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that consider him the best defenseman of all time. And absolutely, there's a lot of validity to that argument. But it just seems like these guys, the Swedish guys, they come over here, they quietly do their business and become great players, and they help their teams win. And it's great that the NHL has gone over there and is kind of paying homage to all the great Swedish players.
Okay, the opening face-off is next. Joe Bowen and Jimmy Ralph will take over. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Brock Purdy routinely makes ridiculous plays. He does it week in and week out.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Myles Garrett, he's got rocket fuel on his way to Canton, Ohio.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Vikings.
My challenge to Josh Dobbs now is just imagine the places you can take us.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91.
And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate
with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick.
Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon.
1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio,
SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under Review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Maple Leafs and the Minnesota Wild are tangling here this afternoon over in Sweden. But it's breakfast time. And we are here, and I'm having a little trouble hearing in the headsets here, so maybe we get the boys to kind of crank it up. I'm not hearing anything. At any rate, you're hearing me all right, Ralphie? Okay, good.
I could be in Finland and still hear you.
At any rate, the Maple Leafs are ready to go here as they will tangle with the Minnesota Wild. And at this particular point, it is the Leafs with a 1-0 advantage as far as the global series, as they played very well the other night, beating the Detroit Red Wings by a score of 3-2, coming from behind for the third time this year, and winning the game against the Red Wings. And in that situation now, they'll have Joseph Woll, who will be in goal tonight. Practitioners of the puck pavilions, Woll is 5-4-0, 2.91 goals against average, 908 save percentage. And it will be Marc-Andre Fleury, the veteran, 3-4-1 with a 3-4-1 and a 3.41 goals against average, 879 save percentage. And it's underway as the Leafs will play it down into the Minnesota zone. It's played back up on the wing, and now here are the Wild getting it down into the Leaf end. Hustling in after it is Matt Boldy. The puck comes up on the boards. Leafs defending the goal to our left and the Wild to the right as it is pushed along the boards, and a long shot blockered into the corner by Woll. A wraparound attempt was stopped by Woll, and it is the Wild getting off to a good start. But neither of these teams have been very good in the first period, as the Wild keep it in with a deflection and now grabbed off by the Maple Leafs and chipped out at center ice. Ceremonial face-off made by Matt Sundin and his family out at center ice. A special time, I'm sure, for Max Domi, who's been obviously very, very close with the former Leaf captain, as a bouncing puck in on goal is swatted to the net by Joel Eriksson-Ek. Leafs bring it back with Matthews to Marner, a shot, and that went over top of the net and up into the screen and out of play.
It'll be interesting to see what the Leafs will get from Matthews and Marner tonight. 3-game winning streak for Toronto coming into this game. But in the last 4 games, Marner and Matthews have combined for 2 assists, which would be a bigger story if they had won 3 in a row. Obviously, the Tavares line with Nylander and Bertuzzi were outstanding in their comeback win against Detroit a couple of days ago.
Matthews' drought, the longest he's had since last year, between February 18th and 24th, when he had a 4-game drought going. But the Minnesota Wild, maybe just the music, because he certainly had a pretty good game against them here in Toronto, as the Leafs are back in their own zone now with McCabe trying to work the puck up on the boards, and does with a rink-wide pass. Launched in over the line and flipped into the zone for Tavares. Tavares goes after the puck but can't come up with it. Pushed along now for Zach Bogosian, recently acquired by the Wild from Tampa. Cleared down into the Leaf end, and Joe Woll is out, and he's going to shoot it at the Leaf coaches.
Well, you got to be careful here, because the glass is a lot shorter than it is in the NHL rings. So thankfully for Woll, this ended up in the Leaf bench, because I think this would have been above the glass. And he put it a little more to the right. Actually, was probably fortunate. Didn't go over Joe Wall with a big smile.
Well, one of the things that is a benefit is that the bench comes all the way down almost to the face-off dot, which is not like any NHL arena. This is in the old Globe Arena in Stockholm. Beautiful facility. Here's Nylander in with a pass in. Tavares couldn't get his stick on it. And around back of the net, Tavares trying to dig it free. It comes to Nylander, and a shot on the short side has gone off a body and up into the screen as well. Willie on a real heater here as he has a tremendous point streak going, but he's got a long way to go if you want to set the National Hockey League record. 51 games to start a season for Wayne Gretzky in 83-84, which was really too bad because the year before it was 50 games for number 99. Wild bring it out at center ice. Kaprizov will dump it down into the Toronto end. Around back of the net it goes. Marco Rossi trying to outfight his man. Kaprizov got it into the far corner. Now works back of the goal. Tried to center. That was blocked by Lagesson. Benoit ties his man up, but the Wild keep it in at the point. Merrill with a shot wide of the net purposely. Puck comes out in front of the net. Back to Merrill, and a shot scores. John Merrill from right in the slot. And the Minnesota Wild have opened the scoring against the Maple Leafs. It's 1-0.
And for Merrill, that's his first of the season. There was a really nice tip pass made off the boards that got the puck out into the slot. As the Wild, a pretty good cycle going. But it was just a little tip. I don't know if that was Hartman that redirected it out to the circle, and then it was thrown out to Merrill, and nobody is on the Minnesota Wild defenseman. And Merrill, middle of the ice, walks in and from still rather a long-range show, snaps it past the glove of Joseph Wall, and the Minnesota Wild have opened the scoring here in Sweden.
As the Leafs did the other night, it was Sprong scoring on a penalty shot, but into the second period. And John Merrill gets the goal, and it is his first of the season.
Taking a look at it again. I mean, I don't know if this goes off his stick, but that is something that it would have seemed a month ago anyway that Joseph Wall would have snagged up routinely. Maybe a redirection in the high slot before it got to the Leaf net.
Zuccarello and Rossi get the assists on the goal. It comes at 2:37 of the first period.
That was Rossi with the redirection off the boards to get it to the middle of the ice.
So it will be a come-from-behind effort for the Maple Leafs again. Wild get it down into the Toronto zone. Merrill again with a shot in traffic. This time Wall has found it and holds on, and we get some shoving going on in front of the net. Noah Gregor in there, the Leafs' fourth line out there, and Reeves, once again, a healthy scratch. Timothy Liljegren and John Klingberg, who made the trip over to Sweden to his home country and really is in some very serious situation. There are a couple of hip surgeries, and it looks like he may be a long-term injured reserve in the very near future.
Alan Keefe did say that he had been battling something and made reference to that the Leafs had to protect him more, and I don't know whether that meant physically or maybe just the nice time minutes.
Face off in the Toronto zone to the left of Wall. The draw scrummed, played around back of the net for Foligno. He stops up, played it back into the corner, trying to get there with Zuccarello. It comes around on the boards, kept in at the point by Middleton. Down in along the wall, it is broken up. Dewar unable to get to it, and now the Leafs have it in their own zone. And a long lead pass from Benoit was broken up, brought right back in again by Minnesota. They've been the better team here in the early going. Although they don't have the time up on our video anyway. We couldn't tell you how much time is left because there's no bug At any rate, back of the net now, it's Eriksson Ek trying to come away with it into the corner. Played back to the point. Long shot. That went wide of the goal. Down into the corner, left wing side is Broden. He can't come up with it. Now fights to get possession away from Matthews, who steals it back. And Matthews to Riley, who will ring the boards to find his defense partner. And T.J. Brody gets it out at center. Don't know as the Leafs have had a shot on goal as yet. And at this point, no. 4 from Minnesota as we take a look at the NHL stats online. And another long shot and a 5th shot on goal is handled there by Joseph Woll. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Toronto zone.
That's been a little bit of a struggle for Joseph Woll since the great start. A lot of that start came in relief when went in for Ilya Samsonov in a game in Tampa. He actually came in twice against the Tampa Bay Lightning in relief to record the wins. But how about this for his career record on the road? 10-1 for Joseph Woll.
Well, this is as far on the road as he's ever been. Sweden's a little further than Tampa.
Just thinking is, I mean, it's going down as a home game for Minnesota.
Yep.
So this still will fall into the road column. 10-1, though. 1.94 goals against average.
Nylander across the line, dropping for Tavares. A shot. Rebound in front of the goal. Oh, how did that not go in? It was Giordano jamming it at it right in the goal crease.
I think that went off the post.
Did it go in?
I think that went off the post, Joe, and then bounced right into the skates of Giordano. Tavares let it go. Yeah, crossbar down.
Oh, and Giordano's right skate kicked it out. He looked like he had it going in for him, and then his right skate. Oopsies.
He kicked it with his left skate to his right skate as he was falling, and when it hit the right skate, it was the perfect save on the goal line, right off the right heel of Giordano, who has 1 goal on the year. That was in Nashville.
Well, you don't see that every day.
That's first the great shot by Tavares off the crossbar, and then the bouncing rebound that Giordano picked twice out of the net.
Played down into the Minnesota zone, around back of the net. Zach Bogosian lost the puck. McMahon got it back to the point. Long shot. Pad save made there by Fleury and played out at center ice. Brought on by Johansson with a shot. Kaprizov with a shot. And now we've got a whistle here.
The roughing penalty coming up. The whistle went when Minnesota had control of the puck. I don't know if Matt Zuccarello is the Minnesota player that's going to get it.
The referees are Kyle Raymond and John McIsaac. Devin Berg and Ryan Daisy are the linesmen, and a roughing call is going to send the Maple Leafs to the power play, which on the rush is kind of a strange. Oh, it was a punch to the back of the head of McMahon. And the power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. We have no idea how much time is left in the period. As we said, there is no bug on the transmission from Sweden. As well, just and in case we're talking about some stuff here that people may not even know. A bug is the actual physical thing that is on the screen that tells you shots on goal and the score. And Ralphie, you're in charge of keeping track of the score here in case I miss it here. Nylander in across the line, works around back of the net, tries to find Matthews in front, and it was knocked back of the goal. Off the paddle of Fleury to the far boards. It comes back to the point. Nylander into the middle of the ice. Left wing side, Matthews shooting. Pad save again made by Fleury. Leafs onto the puck on the far boards. Tavares trying to free it up. It comes back to Nylander on the right point. He's going to work back to the blue line. Dishes it back to Morgan Riley. Left wing side, Matthews to Riley. Shot coming. Jumping into the air, there was Fleury to try and get a shoulder on it. Centered in front. Another good save made by Fleury off Matthews. Cleared to the line, but not out. Leafs keeping it alive. Not sure how much time's left in the power play. At least Marner going around back of the net. tries to center. It comes back to Nylander. Nylander on the right wing boards. Back to Riley. Shot blocked, and it's going to be dove at and knocked out and down the ice. And the Leafs will go back for it and have their second unit start back up.
By the way, the Minnesota Wild power play dead last in the National Hockey League, 32nd.
Up on the right wing side, that's broken up, and out come the Wild with Duhaime trying to play it in front of the net. Back of the goal goes Connor Dewar, and the Leafs are able to take it away from him. Think what you were saying, their penalty kill, not their power play. Yeah, you said the power play. That's okay. I understood what you meant. Shot down into the Wild zone. Back of the net, wrap around, attempt by Domi was thwarted and is played into the corner now, and here's Yarncrook getting it back to the blue line. Giordano a shot, and Bertuzzi couldn't come up with it, but he hustles into the corner after it. Faber got it around back of the goal, and trying to see, out of the penalty box. The penalty has expired as we just saw Zuccarello escape the box on the far side. So the Leafs 0 for 1 with the man advantage. Wild back in their own zone. Played by Kaprizov in on the right side. Rossi goes into the corner, tried to center. That was deflected wide. 1-0 in favor of the Minnesota Wild as a long shot is steered wide of the net by Wall. Kept alive, though, by the Wild. Into the corner they go. Back to the blue line. Zuccarello to the far side with a pass, then a deflection goes wide of the Leaf goal. Leafs hemmed in their own end. Upended there was Brody without a call. The puck along the boards. Brody trying to cut it off. Flips it free. And McMahon trying to chip it out. Makes a nice little play. And the Leafs do get it out at center. Noah Gregor will one-hand it in over the line. And in a Lone Ranger rush as the Leafs were changing, couldn't get anything towards the net. Robertson out on the ice along with Domi. And the Leafs are back in their own zone. Thrown into the zone, and there's Robertson and at least Yarncrook hustling after it, but it's going to be offside as the faceoff will come back out into the center ice area. 1-0 in favor of the Minnesota Wild on a goal by John Merrill from Rossi and Zuccarello.
Leafs had some opportunities on that power play. Austin Matthews hit the outside of the post, and as you mentioned, Marc-Andre Fleury bouncing around like his 20-year-old self in the crease for the Minnesota Wilds. The Leafs had some chances.
He's had to go over and give his goalpost a little bit of loving, which he normally does when the puck has struck them here in the first period, on a very strange opportunity where Mark Giordano literally played goal for the Minnesota Wild, keeping the puck out of the net. Wild don't get it out as the Leafs keep it down into the zone. Robertson curls in the near corner, cycles it along the boards there for Domi. Domi can't come up with it. Up against the wall, and Yarncrook trying to free it up, but it is knocked free now in the Wild, with Matt Boldy getting it out into the center ice area. Brought in over the line by Marcus Johansson. He had it taken away. Leafs get it back out at center, failing to connect with Tavares there, but the Wild bring it right back in. Working into the slot area with a shot. Good save off Eriksson Ek made by Joseph Wall. Leafs will get it out into the center ice area. Marcus Johansson, long shoot-in, deflected wide by Wall, and it's gone out of play for a face-off coming in the Toronto zone. It is 1-0 in favor of the Minnesota Wild. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Step into the enchanting world of the holidays, where the warmth and wonder of this festive time comes to life. Hallmark Channel Radio returns to Sirius XM. Grab your coziest blanket, fill your cup with steaming hot cocoa, and join us by the fire with timeless Christmas music and carols. We'll be here all season long, sharing the joy and magic of this special time of year. Hallmark Channel Radio, now for a limited time. Channel 107 and on the Sirius XM app, included in all trials and popular plans.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph, Josh Poulis, and Matt Cardero are working here, and thanks to the boys, they've got my headset working again. So the face-off coming with a 1-0 Wild lead. And the draw is scrummed. A shot goes wide of the Leaf goal. Oh, there we got the bug back. Now 10:06 left to go here in the first period as the Leafs get it out at center. Bertuzzi sent it in. Here's a chance in front of the net for Tavares. Good save. The rebound came in front of the net again. Another shot. Rolls to the net. Down is Fleury.
Boy, what a great save Fleury makes. Is Willie Nylander, a great setup to Bertuzzi on the far side. Or pardon me, it was Tavares. Bertuzzi came in looking for the rebound. It did not. I thought it went off the knob of Fleury's stick. Joe just caught the outside of the post. So again, the Leafs' best scoring opportunities aren't even shots on goal. That's the second time in this period that John Tavares has struck iron. And we saw earlier as well, Mark Giordano kick one off the goal line and out.
10-3 are the shots favoring Minnesota. The face-off in the Wild zone to the left as Matthews won the draw cleanly. Here's Brody working it along the boards, cycles it back behind the net. Two Leafs along Nyes and Matthews kind of tangled up in front, couldn't get to it, but now Brody's able to keep it in at the point. Back in for Matthew Nyes. Nyes trying to free it up along the boards for Matthews, and he has. Matthews a couple of extra moves working the boards, comes away with it. In front of the net, a shot by Marner is swallowed up again by Fleury. And he is looking his acrobatic self, is he not?
Sometimes he gets into that mode where he looks like a soccer goalie in a penalty kick, doesn't he? And if he's guessing right, he is absolutely spectacular. But with the back-to-back games in Sweden and Minnesota losing in the shootout yesterday 2-1. Marc-Andre Fleury gets the start here in Sweden against the Leafs to close out this global series.
Face off in the circle to his left. Max Domi looking for his first goal in a Leaf uniform. And this line, now he's got Nylander and Bertuzzi out there. Oh, excuse me, no, it's not. It's Tavares in between. The puck along the boards back of the net. Bertuzzi trying to free it up. Couldn't get it to Tavares. And it is pushed up along the wall. Grabbed off again now by Bertuzzi into the slot. And his shot went off a defender and went harmlessly wide. Tavares in against the boards, but the Wild were able to push it out, but pass intercepted. Riley sends it right back in again. Left wing side, Bertuzzi rung around the boards for Willie. Played back of the net for Tavares. Tavares to Nylander. It comes to the side of the goal again. And there is Fleury once more. But the Leafs starting to gain a little momentum here as they have pressured the Wild for the last three shifts. It is 1-0 Minnesota, 8:46 left in the period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air.
more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire-resistant, water-resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top-quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro, all the way.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
John Merrill with the only goal of the period. And the Minnesota Wild have a 1-0 lead. But the Leafs, after being outshot 10-3, have had about 3 or 4 real good shifts here down in the Minnesota end.
Other than the goal, I don't think the Wild have had anything that's been that clear-cut, have they?
No. Well, the Leafs, Nyes working down into the corner, around back of the net, stops up, tried to center to find Marner, but it went right by him and past Brody as well as it's back into the center ice area. Matthews looking for Riley. That was broken up. Brody has to go back to find a loose puck. Long up for Marner. Deflects down into Wild territory. Minnesota going back with Jake Middleton playing it around the boards and out at center. Jake McCabe for the Maple Leafs taking charge, getting a return pass. Starts back up ice. Yarncrook with him. The pass up on the left wing side into the slot. A shot, McCabe. Another good pad save made by Fleury. Gregor gets it back into the slot. It bounces to the line and out. And McCabe has to go back for it. McCabe looking for McMahon, but it goes off Gregor. And the Wild are able to get it back into neutral ice. Cleared right back in again by the Leafs. David Camp takes his man in against the boards. Gregor tries to center. McMahon couldn't get a stick on it. Lagesson playing it around back of the net. Camp played it back to the defenseman. Lagesson does it once more, this time to the far corner. Upended there was Gregor. Penalty coming here to Minnesota. And the Leafs will go to their second power play opportunity of the period, brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
I'm getting to look at Dean Evison, the coach of the Minnesota Wild. Again, does not like this call. It's a tripping call. And one of the reasons we mentioned they're dead last in the penalty kill in the National Hockey League. And you know what? This isn't a penalty. Noah Gregor tried to put the brakes on and fell. But Spurgeon is going to get the penalty. And Dean Evison, like I said, one of the reasons he's upset. Their last game before coming over, they lost 8-3 to Dallas. They gave up 5 power play goals and 2 shorthanded goals out of the 8. So you can certainly appreciate as to why he'd be a little sensitive to bad calls.
Yeah, they've given up 6 of their last 22. Here's Nylander. A pass in and deflection. They score! Austin Matthews' mini drought is over. A save by Fleury, but the rebound was there, and the Leafs leading goal scorer as number 14 on the year to tie the game at 1.
Leafs were smart. As good as Marc-Andre Fleury has been, you've seen some big rebounds, and this was a shot low blocker side. Oh, and by the way, Willie Nylander is going to pick up another point to extend his streak. This may, Joe, have been redirected just before it got to Fleury. And Fleury's reaction was to kick the right pad out, but put it right onto the tape of Austin Matthews, who puts it in the empty net. And the shot's now 10-9 favoring Minnesota, but the Leafs have even scored 1.
17 straight games with at least a point for William Nylander. And since the 2000s, as the Leafs bring it in here with Morgan Riley centering, and Bertuzzi couldn't get a shot away. keeps it in, and as it goes round back of the net. Henrik Zetterberg of Detroit, Connor McDavid of Edmonton had 17-game opening streaks. Danny Heatley of Ottawa in 05-06 had 22. But as we mentioned, Wayne Gretzky is way up there at 51. Here's Bertuzzi getting it down into the offensive zone. Banks it into the corner now for Domi. Domi working it back to the point. Long shot by Lagesson into the chest of Fleury. And he will hold that and bring a face-off in the Minnesota Wild zone. Boy, that was as perfect a deflection by Nylander. It didn't look like he was trying to score, did it?
No, just trying to throw it into some traffic. And that's essentially what the Leafs did. As dominant as they were against the Red Wings a couple of days ago, they did that a lot. And you saw in Bertuzzi's goal that he was just at the top of the crease, and Willie Nylander found him, but Tavares was there as well.
Morgan Rielly enjoying a good start to his season now with his 13th point on the additional assist. Yarncrook around back of the goal, works into the corner, centers in front. Shot taken there by Robertson, and once more, Fleury is there, and the Leafs, who were outshot at one point 10-3, are now out shooting Minnesota 11-10.
Great play by Yarncroc to get in, force the turnover, and then throw it out into the slot to Nick Robertson. Robertson usually has a quicker release than that, but he's had to cradle it and change the angle, and that gave Fleury enough time to get over and steal the side off.
Leaf goal coming at 12:43. Domi waved out of the face-off circle. Not that I wager anything, but since we do have opportunities to read commercials for betting spots, I'm going to put a shekel or two down that Max Domi scores a goal in this game.
Okay.
I just have a feeling.
I'll watch you do that in the intermission. I'll help you.
You will? Oh, thank you. Well, you know what? That's awfully nice of you. 6:03 before the intermission.
I get. How much are you going to put down?
I'm not using any of my private capital, Mr. Ralph. Are you crazy? No.
Well, I'm
making a friendly wager.
I must be crazy if I thought you'd be putting money down.
No, it's. I find that just putting it in a sock and burying it in the backyard probably works just as well for my wagering ability and whatnot. So
I can't afford the sock.
No, there you go. Shot down into the Toronto zone. Punched along the boards, back of the net. Wild trying to keep it in on the boards. John Merrill with it there. Merrill getting it around back of the net. Duhaime couldn't come up with it initially, but it's back to the point again. Merrill sends it down. First time the Wild have really been down in the Leaf end for the last 6 or 7 minutes, and it didn't last long. Leafs back in across the line. A pass in on goal, and it was deflected just wide of the net as McMahon couldn't get a stick on it. Rielly sends a long shoot in that is steered wide of the net by Fleury. Leafs are able to keep the puck in again. Now the Wild get it to the line and just get it out. Toronto with it once more. Morgan Rielly in across the line, and it's swept around the boards then for Marner. Marner, just tried to make a little touch pass to Nyes. Looked like he was away right in front of the net. But it did not connect. Leafs get it out again. Morgan Rielly leads the rush. Off on the left wing, and a shot taken by Nyes was off the mark wide, and back come Minnesota. Eriksson Ekin across the line. Into the corner it goes for Ryan Hartman. Hartman couldn't come up with it. Brody chipping it ahead and muscling it out over the line is Nyes. Wild will launch it high back into the Toronto zone. The Wild have not had a shot on goal since they led 10-3. The Leafs have had 9 since that point and tied the game.
Even the 10 shots Minnesota's had, like we said, you might be able to come up with one semi-difficult save that Wall made, other than giving up the goal to John Merrill, as far as how dangerous Minnesota's been.
Tavares in across the line, chipped in along the boards by Bertuzzi. Tavares comes out with a pass to the left wing side at the point. Taking the shot there was McCabe, and then when he let it go, it was deflected out of play and into the screen to bring a face-off in the Minnesota zone. The Leafs won, the Minnesota Wild won. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray, CJ Stroud.
What kind of expectations did you have going into the year?
I came in with the 1-0 mentality. Every game in the NFL, it gets harder and harder and harder. Do as best as you can as a leader. Put your neck out there every play, not only for yourself, but for your teammates to see that.
Listen to Let's Go every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio and anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Face-off coming, and it's brought to you by Alpine Credits. Do you own your own home and need a loan? Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca. Nylander family very much in attendance. I think the final tabulation was 97 tickets. Willie had to dip into his wallet for.
Brad Lynn was pretty busy over.
Oh, I'll bet. Yes, indeed.
Team services guy for the Leafs.
Notice Carlton the Bear in attendance in the crowd there. We can see. Played down across the line. Kaprizov pulls up. Brought it back along the board. Zuccarello trying to get it in on a short side shot. Stopped by Wall. First shot he's had in quite a while. Giordano. A long pass off his stick into Minnesota territory. Robertson gives pursuit. Domi frees it up. Got it freed up now for Yarncrook, who tried to make a move to the front of the net but was denied. Marco Rossi against the boards trying to come up with it. Backhanded by Lagesson, back of the net. Cut off there by goaltender Marc-Andre Fleury. What a career he's had. Pass up.
And yet probably feels as unloved, by the organizations that have had him. Loved by the fans, loved by his teammates. But the Penguins moved on from him. He goes to, he's left unprotected, goes in the expansion draft to Vegas, takes them to the Cup Finals, and it's thanks very much.
Yeah, we're moving on.
Ends up in Chicago, where the Blackhawks had a tough stretch before Fleury moved to Minnesota.
2:44 left to go here in the period.
I think that goes to show as well, Joe, where, a lot of times fan bases get mad that a player leaves as a free agent. You see, it's a two-way street.
Yep.
Sometimes players want to stay, and if you don't have that no movement clause.
Leafs back in their own zone, chipping it on the boards to get it out. Wild will play it up on the wing. Dewar backhands into the Toronto end, and Brody goes back of the net, jams the brakes on, makes an outlet pass on the left wing, and it's cleared out at center ice. Wild sent it right back in. Brody cutting it off. Cleared back of the net. Riley does well to tie his man up. Maroon trying to poke it free as it goes into the left wing corner. McMahon couldn't get there. A centering pass went wild, and it comes all the way back down into Minnesota territory. Brought out at center ice by Brock Faber, who sends it down into the Leaf end. McCabe back of the net. One hand's ahead for Nyes. On to Matthews. Return to Nyes, who now gets it in over the line. Pass in front for Nyes. A shot scores! Matthew Nyes from in the slot. Set up nicely by Marner. But Mark Giordano going to the net again is probably as much a reason this goes in as anything.
Well, it was a Tavares line that got the Leafs going in the third period against the Red Wings on Friday. Now it's the Matthews line. As Mark Giordano jumps into the rush, he'll pick up an assist. But Matthew Nyes through the pads of Marc-Andre Fleury on the one-timer. Great passing play for the Leafs and full marks for a 2-1 lead. It took them 40 minutes to get going against the Wings, but the Leafs, once John Merrill scored, it seemed like the ice started to tilt back the other way.
Foligno gets it down into the zone. Nyes with his 5th goal of the season. And his 2nd in 3 games.
By the way, 10 of the 16 games Minnesota's played this year, they've given up 4 or more. I know we were using those stats for the Leafs on home ice to start.
Giordano gets the additional assist with Marner. And Mitch Marner hits the 400 assist plateau with that, and he's the fastest to do it. 400 assists, 522 games. And that is the fastest to the 400 mark of any Leaf. Prior to that, Boreas Salming in 600 games. Brought out at center ice by Riley. Played in on the left wing. Bertuzzi to the front of the net and unable to get the pass as it's brought out into the center ice area now by Kaprizov. Kaprizov in on the right side. Lost the puck. Bertuzzi is just going to launch it high. 12 seconds left in the period. Nylander hoping for a loose puck and almost stole it there from Marco Rossi. And the Wild will be well to just kind of look at the clock and let it tick down.
And you know, so much has been made about the transformation of William Nylander's game. And we can talk about the speed and the puck handling and everything else. But what you just saw there at the end of the period against Rossi is to me the biggest difference. The willingness to engage in one-on-one battles, chase pucks down, and force some turnovers. To me, that has been the number one difference in Willie Nylander's game. And the more you get the puck back, the more of time you can spend on offense.
It's a pretty simple formula, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah. It's the execution part that
yes, that's
can
right.
be a problem, but Willie Nylander has certainly figured that part of it out.
It's easy to put it up on the blackboard. It's a little tougher to actually have it done, but you're right. He has worked so hard defensively without the puck that has turned his game around to be as fantastic a start as has ever been as far as the Leafs are concerned. So the Leafs with a 2-1 lead after 20 minutes of play. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado coming along with the first period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What? Dolly Parton explores the world of rock.
I'm the magic man. Hey, it's Dolly, and I am so excited to bring you Rockstar Radio. What's going on? My own channel celebrating my new album, Rockstar. Let it be, let it be.
Dolly's Rockstar Radio. Now for a limited time on Channel 14 and the SiriusXM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Brought out at center ice by Brock Faber, who sends it down into the Leaf end. McCabe back to the net. One hand's ahead for Nyes. On to Matthews. Return to Nyes, who now gets it in over the line. Pass in front for Nyes. A shot scores! Matthew Nyes from in the slot. Set up nicely by Marner. But Mark Giordano going to the net again is probably as much a reason this goes in as anything.
Even at this point of the day, that's a yes, guys. The Leafs take a 2-1 lead over Minnesota after 20 minutes of play. TSN After 20 brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Get more value out of every kilometer in a Subaru, starting with award-winning safety at your local Subaru dealer. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado with you. 2-1 could easily be 4-1, Frankie C.
Yes, Guy, it could. And where do you want to start, Jimmy?
I want to start with the Nylander story, just because it continues on, and Ralphie made a great point towards the end of the period. Great play. I mean, I think this guy's turned into Marian Hossa. How about you?
Marian Hossa, he was known for being such a great defensive player for years and years. Listen, Willie's having a great season, and he extends his point streak to start that season with 17 games as he gets an assist on the Austin Matthews power play goal. And listen, he looks great. I don't know what you can say about William Nylander at this point that hasn't already been said, other than he's rounding out his game. He's looked like such a complete player this season. When he has the puck on his stick, he's so dangerous. It looks like he can make things happen. And, there's something about Willie's posture as a player when he's carrying the puck. At any moment, it looks like he can make a move on you. It looks like he can shoot it. It looks like he can pass it. It looks like he can make a little deke to get around you. It's so dangerous to have a player like that, and it's so difficult to defend a player like that because you can't commit one way, either way. You can't commit to a shot. You can't commit to a pass. You can't overcommit and try and, lunge at him because he's going to find a way to go around you. Like his individual skill is just lending itself to so much of the team's success here early on in the season. And, now 15 assists on the year, and he gets the assist on Austin Matthews' 14th goal of the year that ties him for first in the NHL. It's, it's funny watching the Leafs play this year. You try and look for certain trends, whether it's the systems or the X's and O's. A lot of this team is driven by the fantastic individual skill that they have, and that's great. Why not? You have that skill. You might as well use it to your advantage, and the Leafs and William Nylander are doing that, Jimmy.
Yeah, it should be that way. And the other thing I noticed was Dean Evison has the quintessential disgruntled coach look, doesn't he?
Oh, man, he's got a scowl that belongs in the Hall of Fame. My goodness. And you know what? I will say the penalties that were called on Minnesota in that period were not penalties. Like the Matt Zuccarello roughing against Bobby McMahon, that was a soft call. And the Jared Spurgeon tripping against Noah Gregor is just flat out not a penalty. Noah Gregor heel picks, and Spurgeon just happens to be standing right next to him, and his stick is next to his feet. But in no way, shape, or form did Jared Spurgeon trip Noah Gregor. But who cares? Because the Leafs don't care. Austin Matthews ties the game up on that power play, and then it's Matthew Nyes shortly afterwards, Jimmy, that gets his 5th of the year and gives the Leafs a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and I guess the other point is, the Merrill goal happens at 2:37. It was a kind of a weird goal in that it was too easy to score, and all of a sudden the Leafs are down 1-0, and you go, oh, maybe it's one of those games, but they worked their way right out of that.
Jimmy, were you about to say, oh no, guy?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little early, so I'm a little slow on the uptake, but it did. The words didn't come out, but the thought was there. How about that?
You were thinking it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, that John Merrill shot. You look at all 5 Leafs players on the ice. Everyone's actually doing an adequate job in the defensive zone. No one gave him a primetime look that he's going to score, 10 times out of 10 on. It's a shot. It's not, you can't even really say it's a screen. Like Nick Robertson is trying to block it. That's one of those ones where Joseph Woll has to have it. He gets his mulligan. He makes 10 other saves in that period. And the Leafs offense does their thing. But then it's Matthew Nyes who scores at 18:23 of that period off the rush. And, we heard Bonesy talking about it as we came in here, Mark Giordano, how he facilitates that whole thing because he's the defenseman who's jumping up in the rush. He takes an outlet pass from Matthew Nyes, and it's Giordano who kind of gains the zone, gets the entry, kicks it out. And it's a nice pass across the ice from Mitch Marner onto the tape of Matthew Nyes. And it's a nice release from him. He gets his 5th of the year, and now that's the first line getting a goal at 5-on-5. It's Austin Matthews getting his first goal. He hadn't scored in 4 games prior to this one, so he's on the board. The first line gets a 5-on-5 goal. Everything seems to be going the Leafs' way, just like we've been talking about it before the game, Jimmy. Everything's going Nylander's way, and the best players on the Leafs are playing great early on in this game.
Yeah, and earlier there's a crossbar. There's a Geo play where he actually stops his own. Just you have to see it to believe it. How he doesn't score on the play.
Such bad luck. Such bad. Did you think the Tavares shot hit the back bar and came out, or did you know it hit the crossbar right away?
The net did move, so it kind of looked like you wanted to take a second look there because there was movement on the net, but it was just because he hit the crossbar straight on.
Gio couldn't do that if he tried, he's going to the blue paint. Look at Gio, by the way, 40 years old, no problem, getting up in the rush, setting up goals, and then sure enough, there he is driving the net, driving the blue paint on the Tavares shot, which was off the rush, and it goes off his left skate, off his right skate, which is on the goal line, and stays out of the net. I mean, you couldn't do that if you tried. That probably should have been a goal. And we kind of see, this Minnesota Wild team, Jimmy, there's not much going on there, is there?
No, not at all. 2-1 for the Leafs over Minnesota after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Get the perfect holiday gifts for hockey fans on your list at NHLShop.ca. The world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and more. All the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special holiday offer. NHLShop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota. And check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. Guy, it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. The Out-of-Town Scoreboard. Well, guess what? This is the only game going. Later on at 5:30 this afternoon, Columbus and Philadelphia against the Flyers. At 6 tonight, Vegas visiting Pittsburgh. Later on at 7, the Buffalo Sabres in Chicago against the Hawks. And at 8 o'clock tonight, the St. Louis Blues visiting the Anaheim Ducks. And, of course, this is Grey Cup Sunday. Wall-to-wall coverage on the TV side. TSN 1050's coverage starts at 4, live from Hamilton. It is 2-1 for the Leafs over Minnesota after 20 minutes of play. Oh, yes, Guy. The second period is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
The fantasy football playoffs are coming. And if you want to win, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
Zero concerns about Jalen Waddle. Stop complaining. Enjoy the fantasy points that are about to come.
Touchdown Miami. We're here to help you overcome bye weeks, poor performance, and injuries.
Start Brees Hall every week.
And the Jet touchdown. You need our team of fantasy football experts now more than ever.
You can't count on 15 to 20 points every single week from a guy who is the second option.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best.
What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs carry a 2-1 lead into the second period, which is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. Of course, 9:15 in the morning may be a tad bit early to be getting... Nah, it's Sunday. Who cares? Come on.
Grey Cup Sunday.
Exactly. Grey Cup Sunday. Oh, how the Argos aren't in that, I have no idea. But anyway... 2-1 in favor of the Maple Leafs after 20 minutes of play at the Avisi Arena, formerly the Globe Arena. And I stand corrected here. It was the Ericsson Globe Arena when the rights were sold, as that is a telecommunications giant in Sweden. But it's named after Tim Bergling, whose name as a DJ was DJ Avisi, and he's world famous. Unfortunately not in the Bowen household, but a tragic ending, the young man passing away, and but such a big star in Sweden that they have named really an iconic building. It's a globe, it's like the new thing in Vegas, globe size and everything, and yet the arena in it. And so this is a great spot in Stockholm, and it has housed the Global Series, and the Leafs have a 2-1 lead to start the second period and defend the goal to our right and the Wild to the left as it's bound down into the Toronto end. McCabe taken to the boards, the puck pushed by Tavares up on the wing but not out. Wild centering in front of the goal, a shot, and that whistle just wide of the net off the stick of Marcus Johansson. Tavares gets it to Bertuzzi, who finds Giordano's pass went off of Nylander down into the zone. Tavares after the loose puck, it rolls in on goal, and with Willie showing up, it's decided upon by Marc-Andre Fleury that discretion is the better part of valor. He's going to hang on to it for a face-off.
For Minnesota, they really only had that one good shift early on that led to the Jean Merrill goal at 2:37 of the first, and from that point on, the Leafs seemed to dominate and ragdoll the Minnesota Wild and come back for a 2-1 lead. Jake McCabe looked a little
shaken up there, yeah.
Over on the Leaf bench.
Marcus Johansson taking him into the boards, and McCabe's head hit the dasher. Face-off in the Wild zone. Marner off a face-off win, back to the point. Shot by Lagesson was blocked. It comes back out into the center ice area. A hit there on the boards by Eriksson Ek, knocked down Nyes, and the Leafs are back in their own zone. Pass ahead. Nyes deflects it down into the Minnesota end. Quickly played back out at center by the Wild, and the Leafs go back. Matthews turning back in his own zone. Played along the boards. The Leafs unable to get it out, and now do, but it's right down to Fleury, who has to play it without icing, and Bogosian will regroup it back in the Minnesota end. Wild to center. Merrill plays in over the line. Lagesson misplayed that, but Brody has it in the corner, but is double teamed in there. Brody along the boards loses it. It comes back to the point to Bogosian. Bogosian couldn't get it to the net as it was blocked, and it's out at center ice, and now Nylander got it in over the line, but couldn't come up with a pass to find Tavares. Wild again. Play it past Bertuzzi out at center ice. Morgan Riley is there. He finds Bertuzzi. Bad pass, though, by the winger. Broken up and brought right back in by Minnesota. Dewar has it bounce, and it's going to go over the boards and into the Minnesota bench and out of play. Matthew Nyes has picked up his third goal in his last 6 games, and that sort of mirrors when the decision was made to put him on the line with Matthews and Marner.
Still 3 of his 5 goals overall have come against the Tampa Bay Lightning. I thought that was sort of the oddest stat about Matthew Nyes. He has 6 points in 2 games against Tampa, and now 9 points overall.
Draw to the left of Wall in the Toronto goal.
Remember, it was Nyes, 2 third-period goals in Tampa that spurred the Leafs into a comeback victory there. Of course, another 2-goal deficit in the third period against the Red Wings on Friday for the Leafs.
First time that Joseph Wall has played against Minnesota. Dewar gets it around back of the net. Duhaime back into the corner to the point. Long shot. Deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Puck into the near boards. Back to the point again. Faber tries to get it back of the net, and he has. Broden holds back to the point. Good cycling done here by the Wild, but the Leafs are able to free it up and just get it out at center. Minnesota regrouping back in its own zone. Played up on the wing and shot into the Toronto end. Knocked back by Wall. Swung around the boards. The Leafs get it out at center and down into Minnesota territory. And that's going to be an icing call. 17:05 to play, second period. Maple Leafs with a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, the conversation during the intermission that Mark Giordano on that play where he got the puck into his skates going to the net, kicked it towards the net with one foot, and then kicked it off the goal line with the other. It would have been an interesting call as to whether it was a kicking motion.
The first one.
That might have propelled it into the net had it counted.
Now, what would have happened if he'd kicked it and it hit his other skate and then went into the net?
I think it's
no, it's still been. If it's a kicking motion, it's still
motion. Yeah.
Yeah, but it would have been a tough decision here in Toronto to make as far as that.
It would have been tough for Minnesota to challenge.
Yes,
if it was allowed on the ice.
Yeah. 2-1, the Leafs with the lead and out shooting Minnesota 14-11. Leafs pounded on the wall, but they can't get it out. Boldy gets it back to the point. Bogosian couldn't keep it in, and the foot race is on. Gregor back after it, but Fleury has come out to play it safely in the trapezoid area. And now the Wild coming back at center. Wild in with a shot, blockered away nicely by Joseph Wall. Played up on the wing for Gregor, and he finds David Camp. McMahon going to the front of the net, but the puck was brought back to McCabe in a shot. That was blocked. Camp mishandled it badly and was fortunate McMahon was there to kind of free it up. Wild back in their own zone. Matt Boldy comes down the left wing boards, can't get it into the Leaf zone. They'll regroup it again back in Minnesota territory. Bogosian skates to center, peppers it around the boards. Wall couldn't slow it up back of the net. Shot from an angle was blocked. Minnesota after it again, trying to center in front. They do. Back shot there. Stopped by Wall. Another shot stopped by Wall. Penalty coming. Jake McCabe seems to be under tow heading to the box.
And I think this one might have been predictable. I think if the referees would have looked at the tripping call that Spurgeon took in the opening period, Minnesota was probably owed one.
2 minutes for slashing.
This is a scramble in front of the net. Jake McCabe, who, by the way, led all players with shots on goal in the opening period with 3, is going to go and...
Or he knocked the stick right out of the hands of Marcus Johansson.
And McCabe doesn't like this, which probably makes it the perfect even-up call.
Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. Wild into the slot area, shot. And everybody pointing except for Joseph Wall, who had no idea where it went. but it went off a body and up into the screen, out of play.
At least we're 4 for 4 in the penalty kill against the Detroit Red Wings. But this is a stat that has to improve. 24th overall. Did that hit the crossbar?
It may have. I know there was a lot of traffic involved in front. It was either the crossbar or the helmet of one of the Minnesota players who was right at about that level. Play it in around the boards. Leafs Marner had it knocked away, trying to outfight his man. The puck comes right in front of the net, and it was over the stick of Kaprizov and goes all the way back into Minnesota territory. Boy, he was alone out there. Played back into the Leaf end. Lagesson trying to tie up his man. Puck comes back and is swatted by the Maple Leafs out into the center ice area. The Wild's power play is 23rd in the league. They're 4 of 19 their last 5 games, but they've given up 4 shorthanded goals.
You mentioned 2 of those in a game against Dallas.
Played into the slot area, back of cross-ice pass. That was deflected wide of the Leaf net. Marner couldn't come up with it. Kaprizov in along the boards, taken to the wall. It comes free now to Eriksson Ek. Back to Kaprizov to the point. Fed over on the far side by Spurgeon. Back for Kaprizov. Kaprizov back to Spurgeon at the point. Doesn't shoot it. Fed off on the left wing and a shot. That was deflected by Wall wide of the Leaf goal. Kaprizov with it on the near side. 40 seconds left in the power play. Shot blocked there nicely by Lagesson. Chopped on the boards, and it's going to be carried out at center ice now by Toronto. And quickly played into the zone by Yarncrook, or did he send it into the bench? Either way, the Leafs have a face-off in neutral ice.
Well, you mentioned Kaprizov, who comes into this season with back-to-back 40-goal seasons before that. 40 last year, 47 the year before. But on this season, he scored 5 times, just 1 even-strength goal. 4 power play markers. But really, it has been the defensive side that has hurt Minnesota as much as anything.
2-1 Toronto. Hope you're enjoying your breakfast this morning with us. Shot from the point, stopped by Wall. The rebound in front of the goal. They bang away at it. Wall has to make another right pad save. And it is shot down the ice by Toronto.
Boy, he had to recover quickly there. He was sliding to his left. The puck bounced to his right. And he had that big push to get back over and seal it off.
I think his best tandem of saves right there. Wild keep the puck in. Penalty is over. McCabe back onto the ice. Plays it around back of the goal. Giordano pushes it ahead, and Jake McCabe, playing center, comes to the line and in. McCabe on the left wing. Going to play it around the boards and think better of it. I better get to the bench and get someone on here that knows what they're doing. And Matthews is over the boards. Matthews works the right wing side. Scored in the first period. Matthews back to the point. A shot by Brody is deflected wide of the net. Along the boards, Nylander trying to play into the corner, or at least Robertson trying to play into the corner. Here's Nyes coming out of the corner, centered. Matthews got a shot away, and it went wide of the net. Back to the point to Matthews again. Matthews walking the line. Backhands in, back of the net for Nyes. Nyes to Robertson. Robertson in for Riley! Oh, what a chance there, and Fleury made a great save. Riley with it again. Riley working down the left wing boards and goes around back of the net. Centering pass, no one home.
Boy, what a move by Morgan Riley, and somehow Marc-Andre Fleury was able to throw the left leg and left arm out and get just a piece of it. It almost looked like Riley was starting to celebrate, didn't it?
We're going to have to see that again, how that stayed out. Matthew Nyes dropping it back. Leafs shoot it into the Minnesota zone again. And the Wild back in their own territory. Dewar couldn't come up with it. Played to the blue line and out and rifled into the Toronto zone. 12 minutes left to play, second period. Toronto 2, Minnesota 1. Tavares after it. Matthews and Nyes have the goals. Here's Nylander working the right wing side. Drops the puck back. Tavares let a shot go that was off the mark wide. Bertuzzi trying to free it up and does. Nylander had it knocked off his stick, though. And it's played to the line and out and down into the Leaf end for an icing. Boy, you can see the confidence level in Bertuzzi has just gone from wavering around the 50% mark right up to almost being pinned at the 100% mark now.
And really, the third period against the Red Wings probably his best period as a Leaf. I mean, I think we've seen signs. Boy, just got to look at the save that Fleury made off Morgan Riley.
Just did get his skate over there, didn't it?
Was right out of the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Gary Cheever.
Skate saving a beauty.
Shots on goal actually favored Minnesota 16-15, but I don't think there's any question the Leafs have owned the most dangerous scoring opportunities in this game.
Now, that's something you don't see any goaltenders doing now, even in practice.
Hardy Brodeur was probably the last, was he not?
Yep. Oh, no. Marc-Andre Fleury just did it just there, so he's the last.
I'll try to be a little more self-explanatory.
All right, fine. All right. Played around back of the...
I believe it was you that started saying nobody does that anymore.
True, so I was wrong as well. Thank you for pointing that out.
I'm just going to sit back.
No, you can't sit there and take it. You got to dish it back. I got it. I'm fine with it. We got a penalty coming here.
Yeah, I have a feeling Leafs might be getting another one. It could be TJ Brody. So
everything's even.
We're going to be even up.
Yes, we are. Two power plays apiece. Leafs leading in the game 2-1. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but I am a superhero. I love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Let's get jerseys. Let's get jerseys.
Right now, become a Tangerine client with a savings account, and you could get a free Raptors jersey.
We want jerseys.
Finally, a savings account worth cheering for.
Jerseys. Jerseys.
Find out how to score a jersey at tangerine.ca/Raptors. Tangerine. That's forward banking. Available to new clients who open and fund an eligible account while supplies last. Conditions apply.
The Leafs 2 and the Minnesota Wild 1. Merrill opened the scoring for Minnesota, but then Matthews and Nyes replying for the Maple Leafs in the first period. Brody gets a high sticking call. Kind of an inadvertent trying to move along the boards and get his stick back, and he clipped Marcus Foligno. So the Wild of the power play for the second time in the period. A draw won by David Kampf, but it's kept alive by Minnesota. Near side now for Boldy. Boldy walks down the line, gets it back into the slot area, dished off on the far side by Spurgeon, and a shot was directed wide by the stick of Wall. And we have a whistle behind the play, or did the puck go out of play? Well, there's the puck. Not sure, maybe it must have gone into the bench. So a face-off will come again in the Toronto zone.
Maybe the back official might have been calling something, but it's just going to remain a one-man power play. 1:46 left in the second power play for the Wild in this game.
Wild are 2-6-2 in their last 10. Maple Leafs 3-0, trying to win their fourth straight, but are 4-3-2 in their last 9. Spurgeon gets the puck back into his own zone. Brought ahead now by Boldy. And on the right wing, it goes for Eriksson Ek. Back to the point. Spurgeon sends it off on the left wing side. A shot by Zuccarello. That was stopped, and it's easily cleared out and down the ice by the Leaf penalty killers. Change is coming up for Toronto. Spurgeon starts out. He's going to drop it back and brought on at center ice now by Kaprizov. Across the line to the left wing side. Zuccarello sending it around the boards to the near side. Leafs are able to free it up and ramming it off the boards is Yarncrook to get it out and down the ice. Hartman, second unit for Minnesota. Played in. That looked like it might be offside, but moot point now as the Leafs have played it out and down the ice. Boy, you watch the game differently knowing that you can have that call, don't you? And across the line, Matthews knocks it away from his man. Nylander trying to ring the boards with it. He got his head up, saw that there was no one over at that far point, and from the near face-off circle just rung it around the boards knowing he was going to get it out and down the ice. Heads-up play. Nylander in against the boards. He and Matthews are the penalty killers. Down in along the wall with 8 seconds left. Morgan Riley has launched it down the ice, and the Leafs are going to get this killed off. Penalized player back on. Leafs still with a 2-1 lead. Second period with 8:50 to play. McCabe down into the corner. Shields his man. The puck comes free now to Morgan Riley. Chipped on the boards high to center ice. And the Wild have to backpedal in their own end to come up with it. Merrill got it ahead at center, and it's deflected down into the zone by Gaudreau. McCabe taken to the boards then by Connor Dewar. The puck comes free. The Leafs get it to the line and out, shot back in on a delay. Toronto with some time and space. Morgan Riley finds it to his liking and gets it ahead for Robertson. Robertson in with a shot deflected by the stick of Brock Faber wide of the net. And out come the Wild to center ice. Laid down into the Toronto zone. Patrick Maroon back of the net. Tries to center, comes back to the point. Here's Faber with a shot. Loose puck in front of the goal. Good save made by Wall. The Leafs will get to the line, but not out. Chopped back in again there by Jake Middleton. Here the Wild in again. Brody got it up on the wing the one time. Then the second time finds Max Domi, and he is able to play it into Minnesota territory.
Might have been the Wild's best shift since early in the first period.
Bogosian sends it down into the Toronto end. Took a bit of a hit there from Benoit. Zuccarello after the loose puck, but it is played by Bertuzzi. Right back to Bertuzzi. Now ahead. Nylander to the left wing side. Chips in. Bertuzzi flying into the corner after it. Couldn't come up with it. And it's Foligno getting it out into the center ice area. Foligno trying to stop up. Holes sends it to the net. Scooped aside by Wall. Rebound was shot wide of the net. Bertuzzi double teamed into the corner trying to come up with the loose puck. Tavares had it bounce and was able to play it out at center ice. Nylander unable to come up with it. Spurgeon will play it ahead, and Merrill shoots it down into the Toronto end. Benoit for the Maple Leafs. A pass ahead. Matthews gets out into neutral ice. Working down the boards, was ridden off the wall. And now the Wild have sent an errant pass down into the Toronto zone, which results in an icing with 6:34 to play in period number 2. The Leafs with a 2-1 lead.
Again, another one of those stats that you kind of shake your head at when it comes to the East playing the West, but the Leafs have been able to get a point 7 straight against the Minnesota Wild. 6-0-1 in their last 7 against Minnesota. Saw the Leafs record at home against Vancouver, which was held up when the Leafs beat the Canucks 8 days ago.
Marner one-timer just went wide. Matthews with a shot that was blocked. Wild in the slot area, can't get it past, and Nyes has it now for Toronto. Back to Morgan Riley, who walks the line. Riley will work along the right wing side. A backhand pass in front. Nyes couldn't knock it down. Brody keeps it alive for the Maple Leafs. Nyes back of the goal. Now to Marner. Marner curling out. Back for Matthews. Matthews in the far corner. Curls back out top of the circles. Back to the point it goes to Brody. Shot coming in traffic. Tackled in front of the net by Joel Eriksson-Ek. And now a penalty is probably coming to Toronto.
And I think Marner responded with a slash.
I mean, The Grey Cup won't have a better example of tackling than what happened here, and Marner's getting the penalty. Wow. Oh, he seems to be okay. Well, that's good.
That was the Eriksson Ek. Has 4 power play goals on the year. We'll see how significant the injury is, but you're right. It seemed to be utter frustration from Mitch Marner that he retaliated with a slashing penalty, and Minnesota back on the power play, 3rd straight.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now. Slamming you out. Discover who's next. And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the heat.
Girl, your BD is a zero. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the SiriusXM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Marner, after being tackled by Eriksson Ek, decides I should be able to get one back. And when he got up, he gave him a pretty good hack with the stick. And down went Eriksson Ek, and into the penalty box goes Mitch Marner. Slashing call, and the penalty kill is brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. Third straight power play for Minnesota. Wild with it on the near half boards. Boldy holding, pass across it, front shot, good save by Wall. Rebound off a leg, doesn't clear. Boldy with it again, near half boards, back to the point it goes. It's fed off then by Spurgeon. Kaprizov back into the slot. Now to Boldy, closing, shooting, blocked by Mark Giordano. Is there a better shot blocker in this league than the 40-year-old Leaf defenseman? But in back again. Zuccarello got it down into the corner, then gets it returned. Back to the point once more. Spurgeon to Zuccarello. Back to Spurgeon, winding, doesn't shoot. Pass into the slot. Good stick there by Gregor. And he gets the puck out in center and gets it down into Minnesota territory. .47 seconds left in the power play. Wild to the line and in. Running around the boards by Hartman. Grabbed off there by the Leafs, but unable to clear with the first effort was Nylander, but now sent out and down the ice on second effort. Half a minute to go on the power play.
Well, and Nylander, the only short-handed goal for the Leafs so far this season.
Matthews out with him as a penalty-killing duo. Nylander gets it into the corner, and off the boards and down the ice it goes. You would think that if you're on the power play and you've got Matthews and Nylander, you want to be pretty careful what you're doing with passing around in the offensive zone. As the Broden gets it freed up, back to the point to the far side, and it's gone off a stick and into the screen, out of play.
Now, when did it start, do you think, with the top players? It had to be the 80s when Gretzky and Messier would be in the penalty kill, but
Curry, too. Curry was a good penalty kill.
Talk about who the Leafs can throw out. I think certainly you saw with Bergeron and Brad Marchand over the years. what a great penalty kill could do with offensive players.
It is a 2-1 Toronto lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. You're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs. Driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down. Take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Joe Bowen and Jim Rao back with you here in the second period. The Leafs hanging on to a 2-1 lead. All of the scoring in the first period. But the Leaf penalty kill has been letter perfect thus far.
And the Leafs only had 2 shots on goal here in the second, as they've taken all 3 penalties here in period number 2. The Leafs had both power plays in the opening period. We had that discussion. Do you think officials look at replays during the game in the intermissions? We've been told that is not the case, but they'll look at things afterwards. But it certainly seems like the even-up whistles have been out here in the second.
Well, the puck along the boards. McCabe had his stick knocked out of his hands. And now Giordano fights for possession as it comes in front of the goal. McCabe just punched it a little bit, but the scramble is on in front of Wall. The puck off the side of the net goes wide. Marner into the corner. Knocked down on the play there. Taken down by Hartman. It comes back on the right wing side. Spurgeon keeping it in for Minnesota. Leafs come up with it. And it is punched ahead but stolen. And then Foligno couldn't get a shot. Leafs really having difficulty in their own end. And now Matthews finally elevates the puck into neutral ice. Marner blocking a clearing attempt. Gets it around back of the Minnesota goal. Nyes couldn't come up with it. Marner kicking it out in front. Nyes with a backhand pass in front went off his skate before it reached Matthews. I think under those circumstances, you got to backhand that to the net.
Yeah, although if Matthews does that, it just went off his skate. If that ends up on the tape of Matthews, he might have had an empty net to snap it into.
Here's Riley working back in from a sharp angle. That was stopped by Marc-Andre Fleury. Here's Tavares in the middle of a line change to Nylander. Nylander curling out, still with it, into the slot. Now Willie shoots off his stick and up into the screen.
Maybe the Leafs' best stretch here of the second period. But yeah, the Leafs defending well in front of Joseph Woll. Seems like everything Minnesota's had has been scrambling in front of the net, hasn't it?
Yep.
But 5 feet out.
Jake Middleton's skate. Almost a skate save and a beauty. Speaking of, I guess defensemen use it more than goalies now, right? Split save.
Craig Ludwig had the really big.
If they're not in some Hall of Fame, those things were like a pair of Kaninsky gold pads. They were so.
They were 90% cotton batting.
Oh yeah, because the rest of it was pretty much was beaten up so badly, but he wouldn't change them. Brought to center ice by Toronto. Brody sends it in. Under 2 minutes to play in the second period. Tavares couldn't steal it. Nylander does. Back to the blue line, but it is out of the reach. And it'll force Giordano back into his own zone. Giordano pulls the brakes on. Lost his balance. Lost the puck. Centering effort. Stolen back by Toronto, but it comes to the blue line, and a long shot goes over top of the Toronto goal. Giordano got it ahead. Tavares up on the right side. Nylander to center. Nylander is just going to flip in. Leafs are in the midst of a change. Nylander provides some forechecking before heading to the bench. And 1:06 left to play in the period. Wild break it out. In on the right side for Zuccarello. Pass back in and a goal! Huge save by Wall! Holy Mackinac! There stands Joseph like a stone wall, and he holds it out.
The second save of this period where Wall is going to his left and then has to put on the brakes, and this is Kirill Kaprizov, the sniper for the Minnesota Wild. He gets the puck on his forehand, fakes like he's going to his backhand, and then puts on the brakes and tries to go back the other way, and Joseph Wall reversed his direction on a dime and was able to push back with his left pad and get the right leg down and take it away. But boy, that's twice this period, Joe. He's done exactly that.
Played around the boards to the far side. Kaprizov getting it back to the point, a shot wide of the Leaf net. Another shot taken by the captain of the Wild is deflected wide as Spurgeon couldn't get it to the net. 35 seconds left in the period. Morgan Rielly, outlet pass to center. This went to the Minnesota blue line. Leafs bring it back in, but it's offside as Noah Gregor was trapped inside the zone and couldn't get out in time. 26.5 seconds to go in what has been a scoreless second period after the Leafs built a 2-1 lead in the first. But what a save by Joseph Wall.
He did it as scrambled earlier.
And then he spread out, completely spread out, and has enough flexibility to bend from the waist and get his blocking glove on top of the puck. That was an amazing piece of athleticism, Mr. Ralph.
Kind of got that octopus thing in him, right? Where everything's going everywhere, but he gets down low and is able to take it away.
Yeah, if you're sitting in your rocking chair or your recliner at home and you see that, you go, no, I wouldn't be able to do that. No. Well, maybe once. But then traction would be the next thing, and I would be hospitalized for quite a while.
A pretty important start for Joseph Wall as well. I mean, he did get an overtime win against the Calgary Flames, or shootout win on the Friday before the Leafs ended up heading over to Sweden, but it had been a tough stretch for him. And now he's got them in a position to win. And for Wall, like we said, lifetime, he's 10-1 on the road.
Bit of a late hit by guess who? Patrick Maroon. And so now everybody is piled into the corner. Lagesson was just going back to the puck, and Maroon decided to... now, it wasn't a bone-crushing hit, but it was... Well, let's put it this way. It was a bit of a cheap shot. And the Leafs decided, let's have a scrum here and just decide, let's not take this.
Well, let's put it this way.
Okay.
It was Patrick Maroon.
So what you're saying, it was self-explanatory?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
But I don't think now we've got the referee with his arm around Maroon, so I don't think he's going to be penalized for it.
2-1, the Leafs with the lead after 40 minutes of play this morning. And Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado, who hopefully are through the bacon and eggs portion of breakfast, will be along with our second period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Brock Purdy routinely makes ridiculous plays. He does it week in and week out.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Myles Garrett, he's got rocket fuel on his way to Canton, Ohio.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Vikings.
My challenge to Josh Dobbs now is just imagine the places you can take us.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as net guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And if someone says,
for use by our players, it is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
and if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under Review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Wild break it out. In on the right side for Zuccarello. Pass back in and a goal! Huge save by Wall! Holy Mackinac! There stands Joseph like a stone wall, and he holds it out.
Well, it was a bit of a stretch. TSN After 40 Minutes is brought to you by 241 Pizza. Right now, get 2 medium pizzas, 4 toppings combined for just $20.99. Visit 241pizza.com. Jim Taddy, Frank Corrado with you. 2-1 the Leafs over Minnesota after 40 minutes of play. I'm thinking breakfast pizza guy. Are you?
I could do that. Did you make a pizza pun there when you brought in Joseph Woll saying it's a bit of a stretch? Yeah. Not just because he stretched out to make that big save on Kirill Kaprizov, but because you stretch the dough when you make pizza, Jimmy? Is that what you were doing there?
Most of my material has several meanings, and I find it effective, and that was another example of that.
You are outrageous. Early in the morning, and all bets are off with you. Yeah. Well, he had a good period, though, Joseph Woll, didn't he? 11 saves
he
on
had
the period. Yeah, well, he had 11 saves in the first, 11 saves in the second, and in that period, a number of high danger scoring chances. Minnesota actually leads in that category through this game. The Leafs only have 4 high danger scoring chances. Minnesota has 5, and it felt like a number of them came in that period. But like, he looks confident. It looks like the goalie that we saw earlier in the season, where he was big, he was calm, he was composed. There wasn't too much movement in the net. You could see him fighting through screens to kind of see the puck and track things, and that's a nice sign if you're Leafs fans, because 2 days ago, last game, you get Ilya Samsonov, who plays a quiet game in the net, and now today in this game, you see Joseph Woll, and his movement is crisp, it's clean, and he's tracking the puck, and he looks great.
Yeah, and I think we'll get into this with Ralphie in the post-game show. This sort of speaks of they have to be rotated. I think that there's some wear down when they play consecutive games, and both those guys should just play every second night.
Yeah, it almost seems like both those guys haven't really been prepared to play a large string of games. And as much as we want to have a number one goalie and anoint someone and give them the ball and let them run with it, maybe that's just not the way both these guys are built. Now, the issue with that, Jimmy, is going to be at some point down the road here, whether it's before the playoffs or when we get into the playoffs, you're going to want to know that you have one guy you can go to, and he's going to have to play every other night. Now, we've seen it in the past here where teams have had to rely on multiple goaltenders in order to win a Stanley Cup. The Colorado Avalanche had to do it with Darcy Kemper and Pavel Francouz, or Franchise, or I don't know how the boys say it on Overdrive. Francouz, yes.
Yeah.
Vasilevsky really is that last guy that kind of just ate all the games en route to the Stanley Cup. But we're kind of putting the cart ahead of the horse here, talking about that. But hey, it's a good sign that both goalies are kind of finding their game right now. And in this game, you see Joseph Woll playing with some confidence and making the saves that he needs to make in order to give his team a chance to win. Because it's still 2-1 at the end of the day. As much as this has been a boring, sleepy kind of game. And I would say that goes for the Leafs offense as well. There wasn't a lot, only 5 shots on net for the Leafs in that second period. And, you think there's an opportunity for them to kind of grab the ball and run with it here. Leafs offensively didn't show a lot in that period.
I think if you went over all the games in this tour of Sweden, that you're going to find that one team or the other has a period, a 20-minute section where they're not accomplishing much, and the key is to get out of that and not be damaged too badly while you're in it. And so the hope is that the Leafs come out with some energy in the third period and put this thing away. Otherwise, we could have a scary end here.
Well, for sure, and it's close right now. The one thing I would say that if Sheldon Keefe is going in the locker room here in the second period, I can guarantee his messaging is going to be, let's give ourselves a chance to win by staying out of the box. The Leafs take 3 penalties in that period, and Minnesota's power play is not very good, but that's 6 minutes where the Minnesota Wild players are touching the puck, and they're in the Leafs defensive zone, and that's 6 minutes where the Leafs offensive players can't get going or can't start establishing their kind of game offensively. So if the Leafs stay out of the box, regardless of how bad Minnesota's power play is, it just gives their best players an opportunity to play with the puck a little bit more and start to chip away and wear teams down. And as much as Joseph Woll has had a good game, Marc-Andre Fleury hasn't been tested much, but he's made the saves that he needed to make so far in that second period.
Okay, this next question requires all your knowledge of being an NHL player, especially with the Leafs. And here's the question. Blue helmets, white jerseys. I love it.
I kind of like it. Yeah, I'm into that look. It's a different little flair here, but I like it. You like it too, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's not an odd look at all. I like it.
I'm happy it's not an odd look. And you know what? I would even add that there's no odor to it.
No,
There's
none
it
at all.
doesn't have a bad odor to it.
No, and I guess it's negotiable, so we have to throw out that. It's
what about this one, Jimmy? Did Mitch Marner slashing Joel Eriksson Ek after he got taken down in front of the net, did that have a little bit of an odd look to it?
Yes, it did. It had a retaliatory look, whatever that word is. It had retaliation written all over it.
And you know what? I don't have a problem with it at all. And no. I think the play from Eriksson Ek, where he's just battling with Marner in front of the net, that's not a penalty for me. I don't have an issue with that. That's two guys battling, and I would always kind of give the edge to the defensive player, saying, like, you have the right to clear the front of your net. But he takes down Mitch Marner. Mitch Marner takes exception to it, and he whacks him across the knee. And I kind of like that. Like, a lot of the best players in the league have that. Like, Crosby's been doing that for years to guys, where it's like, you want to cross-check me, you want to give me the business, I'm one of the best players in the league, so you're going to have to deal with my slash or my punch or whatever, and it's like, you just can't do that kind of stuff to me. So regardless of the Leafs getting a retaliatory penalty there, I like that messaging from Mitch Marner, where it's like, fine, you want to do that kind of stuff, you're getting a slash, and you can deal with the stinger that you feel from it.
Yeah, and actually the retaliation is non-negotiable. He has to do that, right?
Well, it just, you know why it has an odd look, Jimmy? Because it's not something that we're used to seeing. And I think a lot of has been made here of the fact that the Leafs haven't really stuck up for each other as much as they possibly can. And how about sticking up for yourself? And it always starts with the star players, and that's what gets the most notice. So I like that Mitch Marner is willing to stick up for himself there and kind of let you know that you're not going to be able to push me around when you want to.
The Leafs lead at 2-1 over Minnesota after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Get the perfect holiday gifts for hockey fans on your list at NHLShop.ca. The world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, Adidas, and more. All the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special holiday offer. NHLShop.ca, a Fanatics experience.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega-calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ed and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibes. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
I donated blood for the first time after my dad was injured.
I donated plasma after my friend got sick.
A donor made it possible to have more holidays with Dad.
More holiday markets with my friend.
So I make the time.
So now I tell everyone.
Blood and plasma donors make the holidays brighter for families like mine.
Donate blood or plasma this holiday season at Canadian Blood Services. Visit blood.ca to book an appointment at a location near you.
Get ready to save big during the Black Friday Super Sale at Shoppers Drug Mart. It's how Jen saves on holiday gifts and gets PC Optimum points.
I got great deals on beauty products for my best friend, electronics for my hubby, and toys for the kids. So, amazing gifts for them and points for me. Aren't I a holiday superstar?
For sure, Jen. The Black Friday Super Sale is on now, exclusive to Shoppers Drug Mart. Get gifts, save big, leave happy. Restrictions apply. Details in store.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota and check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. Guy, it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. So here's what we have. These are all later, of course. The Blue Jackets visiting the Flyers at 5:30. At 6, the Golden Knights will be in Pittsburgh. At 7, Buffalo in Chicago. And at 8 tonight, the Blues in Anaheim against the Ducks. We have wall-to-wall football on TSN. On the TV side, Grey Cup pregame starts at 1. There are NFL games sprinkled through TSN and CTV stations across the network. And, of course, our Grey Cup coverage on TSN 1050 starts at 4. It is 2-1 for the Leafs over Minnesota after 40 minutes of play. Yes, Guy, the third period is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Hey, this is Conan O'Brien. Check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio, on Sirius XM 104. You'll find my delightful Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast, highlights from my late night shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television.
Come on, everyone, settle down. This is a serious TV show.
Plus, dive deep into 28 years of late night memories and behind the scenes with Inside Conan. Conan O'Brien Radio, only on Sirius XM Channel 104. Or listen with the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores.
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Maple Leafs have a 2-1 lead to nurse through the third period. So unlike the first game in Stockholm, when they had to rally from a 2-0 deficit, they'll try to see if they can't protect a 1-goal lead going through the third period.
Well, at least all 5 goals they've scored in Sweden have all been at the same end of the ice. 3 goals in the third period against the Red Wings, 2 first period goals tonight.
Joseph Woll has been very steady for the Maple Leafs. He faced 11 shots in the second period, 22 on the game. The Leafs because of the penalty killing, 3 straight penalties against Toronto in the second period, mustered 8 shots at Marc-Andre Fleury. They have a total of 19. The goal scorers, Austin Matthews from Nylander and Riley on the power play. Yes, Willie's got a 17-game point streak to start the season. Nyes from Marner and Giordano at 18-23. The other Toronto goal, Merrill scoring for Minnesota early to take a 1-0 lead.
And for the Minnesota Wild, they've trailed 10 previous times after 2 periods of play. They're able to get points out of 3 of them. 2-7-1 on the season when trailing after 2.
So the face-off at center ice as we get set for the third period. Puck is dropped and we're underway. The Leafs to the left and the Wild to the right. Minnesota controlling the opening face-off and bringing it down the left wing boards and into the zone. Boldy gets down into the corner, tied up along the wall there by McCabe. Puck still free as it's punched around the boards to the far point. Grabbed by Faber there and getting it back to the blue line. Long shot in traffic is blocked. And the Leafs get an alley-oop through center. Nylander trying to find it, and he just did, but had it roll off his stick into the corner. Out back to the point, kept in there. No, didn't. Came outside the line, says the linesman.
Well, that would have been a very interesting offside review.
Wow, that was really close, wasn't it?
Now, Nylander had no idea where it was. He turned, that might have been offside. Had he been able to find that, then...
He did a pirouette right on the blue line.
Yeah, it was Tyler Bertuzzi just lobbed it out of the Leaf zone.
Wild start back up ice. Fire it down into the Toronto end. Played along the wall by TJ Brody. And the Leafs get it out at center, only to have the Wild wait patiently before sending it back in. Morgan Rielly, rink wide to his defense partner. Return pass for Rielly at center. Chipped ahead, one-handed into the zone by Marner. Back of the net is Spurgeon to play it into the corner. A battle for it. Spurgeon gets it around back of the net. And Jake Middleton off the glass and out and down the ice. And it'll be corralled there by Jake McCabe, so no icing. Fed back out at center. Back off the stick into Minnesota territory. John Merrill coming to center. Played it deep into the Toronto end. Out of the goal was Wall to play it along the boards. Lagesson got it ahead. Nylander with a bouncing puck to contend with. Nicely poked ahead, and then looked like Bertuzzi was trying to return the favor, but Nylander went behind him instead of in front of him. Now Nylander steals the puck and gets a shot away, and that was deflected off a body of Merrill wide of the net.
Well, that all started because Bertuzzi picked off a clearing attempt. I mean, Tyler Bertuzzi, it seems like one period has gone right to his leg and hands, hasn't it?
Boy, a little confidence does that, though. And you know what? And you stop thinking, and now you react instead. Here's Domi, centering pass in front, and unable to get a stick on it was Yarncrook. Back come the Wild to center. Bounced in over the line. Rielly chops it back out at center and down into the Minnesota end. No icing. Yarncrook into the forecheck. Robertson couldn't come up with it. Here's Domi in the slot to Robertson and a shot. Blockered away nicely there by Fleury. Here's Domi again. Rolled a shot wide of the Minnesota goal. And Patrick Maroon starts out of his own zone to center. He'll send it in over the line, ridden off the play there nicely by McMahon. And now here's Camp getting it back at the net. And Benoit will play it high to center ice. Simon Benoit has been a very functional piece. And I say that because I haven't noticed him.
Yeah, he and Legason both.
Yeah. Benoit after a loose puck, left wing corner.
Now they were on the ice for the Minnesota goal in the first period, but it was more from far range.
Yeah, here's Camp into the slot area at the other end. Drop pass, a shot. Oh, Gregor was right there, and it went either off Fleury or a body in front, but went wide.
And he had a little time and space to hold on to that, too.
He might have been able to deke. Yeah, you're right. Leafs get it out at center. Unable to reach it there was Matthews the first time. Now he spins it off the boards deep. Nyes in against the end boards. Trying to free it up. It goes into the corner, and Matt Boldy will play out at center ice. And now here the Wild with Middleton getting to the Toronto zone. Marner tied up his man. Sharp angle shot. Stopped nicely there by Wall. Leafs countering. Marner along with Matthews. Matthews left wing side. Got a shot away, but it went wide. Marner trying to keep it in for him and does. Matthews far corner. into the slot area. Quick shot by Riley. Scores! Morgan Riley sifted his way just to the top of the circle. And a great play by Marner to swing it around the boards. Matthews spots Riley, and the Maple Leafs have their first 2-goal lead.
And, Joe, this all starts when Austin Matthews picks up the puck in the slot in front of Joseph Woll. So, again, you talk about scoring coming from great defense. Matthews was able to pick up the puck in the Leaf zone, lead the rush the other way. Initial opportunity doesn't go, but the Leafs eventually work it out to Morgan Riley in the left wing circle. And Riley, through a little bit of a screen, Matthew Nyes was there as well. Riley snapped it past Marc-Andre Fleury, and the Leafs up by 2. And they're loving that end of the ice, aren't they?
They sure are. Riley's third of the season. And Marner, now 401 assists on his career. Puck back in the Minnesota zone. Nylander along with Bertuzzi looking for loose puck. So the other night, it was the Nylander-Tavares line. And here this morning, it is the Matthews-Nyes-Marner combination that is doing the damage for the Maple Leafs. Brought in by Zuccarello in over the line. Drops it off on the wing. Pass blocked. Zuccarello got a shot away, and Woll was there to make the save. Back to the point. Bogosian walks to the middle of the ice. Dishes off on the wing. Broden a shot. Glove save made. Woll stops play. 4:22 the time of the Riley goal. And Morgan Riley with a goal and a helper. 14 points on the season.
And a 2-point night for Austin Matthews as well. What a perfect shot by Morgan Riley.
I don't know if he looked. I think he was just trying to get it to the net, but you're right.
And what you like about it again, and we talked about Bertuzzi and Tavares going to the net against Detroit in the third period. Matthew Nyes goes to the net, takes a man with him, and that provides a screen. And I know Mark Giordano said very early on in the season, he said, we got to get back to what we did against Tampa in the playoffs. We scored a lot of ugly goals because we had traffic in front. Obviously, you've got the skill to score the pretty ones. I think especially when it comes to the postseason, you need your share of ugly ones, too.
Icing call off the bat for the Maple Leafs will be brought back.
But even go through the 3 overtime wins in Tampa. Morgan Riley, a wrist shot from the boards. Alex Kerfoot, a deflection on a point shot by Giordano. And then, of course, you had John Tavares off a skate front that put the series away for the Leafs.
Leafs fourth line out on the ice for Toronto, and it has played much better in the last little while. They really haven't overscored anybody, but they have not been a liability on the ice by any stretch. And McMahon has been key component of that. Yeah. Gregor.
Pretty good game against Vancouver.
Yes, they did. Here's a centering pass in front. Stopped by Woll. And he drops the stick in order to get that blocking glove on top of it with traffic developing in front of the net. But it is a face-off coming in the Toronto zone. Maroon got it back into the slot, and with Connor Dewar right in front of the net. Woll was able to spot it and then had good vision. Managed to drop the stick, use the blocking glove to cover it up.
Patrick Maroon, 2 goals and 9 points on the year for Minnesota. I don't think they brought him in for a whole lot of offensive production, but he showed up in the score sheet pretty regularly.
Back to the point, it goes, shot in traffic, scores! Jake Middleton from the point with a lot of bodies in front of the net. And the Minnesota Wild cut into the lead. It's 3-2. And defensemen are scoring from almost the exact same spot.
A little further out, and it comes just after a simple face-off win by the Minnesota Wild, and then it's win the races to the boards. And the way Joseph Woll reacted to this was almost the exact same spot as the goal in the first period. glove side, but you see in a lower angle, Joseph Wall just had Morgan Riley and a Minnesota player do a flyby right in front of him as Middleton was letting it go.
Third of the year for Jake Middleton. And we're down to a 1-goal game again as both teams have scored here in the third period. Tavares getting it up on the wing. Nylander unable to push it up the boards. Now Bertuzzi finds his man, and a pass intended for Nylander was blocked, and a delayed offside negated now as Minnesota carries to center. Flip down into the Toronto end. McCabe stands up his man. Johansson trying to play it back at the net, but it is Lagesson for Toronto. Chipping it along, and just getting it out is Bertuzzi. Wild back in their own zone. 13 minutes left to play, third period. And the Leafs in a 1-goal hockey game again. Foligno and Eriksson getting the assists on the goal. And the Minnesota Wild are back into it, down 3-2. Pass goes around back of the net. Riley able to secure it, carries into an open corner, and now plays out at center ice. And Marner kicks the puck to get it freed up, but now Riley couldn't get it in. Back come the Wild in on the right side with Foligno. Overhandled the puck, then took a pretty good whack at Nyes without a penalty. Wild send it back into the Leaf end, but there's a delayed offside.
The great thing about Morgan Riley, turns the puck over at center and still gets back in time and in defensive position to thwart the Minnesota attack.
You forget how good a skater he is. Brought in over on the right wing side now with Rossi hanging into the net, down his wall to cover up on it. And now we get Zuccarello. And is that McCabe?
Got Rossi throwing punches at John Tavares.
And it is McCabe and Zuccarello who get into a headlock with one another.
Leafs had the only 2 power plays of the first period. The Wild had the only 3 power plays of the second. I don't think we got anything coming here.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray, CJ Stroud.
What kind of expectations did you have going into the year?
I came in with the 1-0 mentality. Every game in the NFL, it gets harder and harder and harder. Do as best as you can as a leader. Put your neck out there every play, not only for yourself, but for your teammates to see that.
Listen to Let's Go every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio and anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
The Leafs 3, the Minnesota Wild 2. Both teams have scored here in the third period. Some fans have got Matthews T-shirts with the letters on. And they did a fast little movement in order to spell Mats to get a photo op with Matt Sundin. There's some people thinking, Mr. Ralph. There's some people thinking. Here's a chance for Yarncrook in on goal. And that was swallowed up by Marc-Andre Fleury.
But imagine telling the guy with the H and the W.
We don't need you. We don't need you. Yeah, get out.
And we only need one T.
That's right. That's right. You guys aren't that attractive anyway. Get out. Get out.
Yarncroc very nearly from the right wing circle off the rush, snuck it through the pads of Fleury.
11:45 left in the third period.
Yarncroc hasn't registered a point after having a 5-game point streak. But now it's been back-to-back games for Yarncroc without putting anything up.
Jonas Brodin against the boards, gets it to center. And played off onto the left wing side and then fired by Brodin back into the zone. One of 3 Swedes on the Minnesota lineup. Down into the corner, a centering pass, scores! Through the goal crease, and it may have gone off a Leaf skate. But the Minnesota Wild have tied the game at 3s.
I think Zuccarello may end up getting credit for this, Joe. Seemed like a very harmless play. In fact, all 3 Minnesota goals were not exactly highlight reel worthy. And this is just from the circle. And no, actually, you know what? This was a pretty good play.
Yeah, it is.
I was with you. I thought it might have gone off a skate right in front. You had Willie Nylander and TJ Brody there from the Leafs. But this was Zuccarello who got a step on Nylander and just does redirect it as it zips across the top of the crease from the face-off circle to the left of Joseph Woll. And very quickly here in the third period, the Minnesota Wild twice in 2 minutes and 32 seconds have tied this game.
8:42, the time of Zuccarello's 5th of the season. And 3-3 tie as a result. Shots on goal now favor Minnesota 29-22.
For Zuccarello, that's 9 points in his last 7 games, leading the Minnesota Wild in the point gathering category.
Jim Hiltz was in attendance in Sweden, was just on the screen with the bride.
No, he said he was heading over, not in a working position with the league or anything, but just as a nice trip.
There, the Wild getting it back to the blue line. Middleton can't keep it in. And it's played to center ice and shot back into the Toronto zone. Into the corner, Lagesson, back of the net. Foligno lost his balance and fell. Puck against the boards, played up ahead. Marner does a nice job to take a pass from Matthews and carries down to the line and shoots it in. Down along the boards goes Nyes. Matthews unable to trap it, but the Leafs keep it in with a shot, and that was off the mark wide, and it's caromed all the way to center ice. Jake McCabe backpedals it back into his own zone. 10:14 to play third period, and it's all deadlocked as a shot by Domi provided a big rebound off of Marc-Andre Fleury, but no one there to make any damage with it. McCabe having to go back after the puck is out-muscled. It's grabbed off again by the Wild. Centering pass shot. That went high and wide to the Leaf net. Wild get it back to the point. Send it into the corner. McCabe bodies his man, but out of the corner comes Duhaime. Now back on the left wing side for Merrill, and a shot stopped. The puck trickled down to the knee of Woll, and he very quickly realized he'd better do something with that.
Yeah, we talk about how well he tracks the puck into his body there. He didn't really have a beat on where it was as it bounced off his right pad and sat there before he could locate it and get the whistle.
So a break in the action, a 3-3 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've heard that sound before. A basketball going off the backboard and in. A bank shot. Well, that's actually the sound of a fan winning a Raptors jersey. That's the sound of a fan getting a signed Raptors basketball. And that's a fan scoring tickets to the NBA Finals. With the Tangerine Bank Shot contest, every bank shot the Raptors score this season wins a fan a prize. Enter for a chance to win at tangerine.ca/bankshot. Tangerine, that's forward banking.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional-grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
The Leafs 3 and the Minnesota Wild 3. Midway through period number 3.
I would say this is fairly significant. 9.5 minutes for Joseph Woll. He's coming into this game, Joe, 4 straight starts where he's given up at least 4 goals in a game. In there as well, though, was a relief appearance against Tampa Bay where he gave up just 1 on 19 shots.
Puck in the Toronto zone, poked into the corner. Maroon gets there to play it around the boards, and now Giordano with an outlet pass that was in behind its intended receiver in Noah Gregor. Turns into an icing, and it'll come all the way back into the Toronto zone as a result. 9:19 left to play in the third period. The Leafs will have almost another week off before they play again. We're back with you here on TSN 1050 and the Leaf Radio Network on Friday. And we're moving from a breakfast game to a matinee as a 2 o'clock start in Chicago with American Thanksgiving coming up this week. Shot down into the Toronto zone. Leafs will be on actually a 4-game road trip when you think about it, because they're in Pittsburgh later on in the week, on Saturday next week. Here the Wild, Kaprizov getting it back to the point, rung around the boards and back of the net into the near corner. Rossi gets there first, plays it back into the slot, dropping it off for Kaprizov. Long shot in traffic. No, actually no traffic. Wall saw this one all the way. Good job by the Leaf defense to kind of clear the area in front of the net. And Wall had no trouble catching that. 31 shots, though, for Minnesota. They came into the period with a 3-shot advantage, and that has expanded to an 8-shot advantage.
The Leafs really were the dominant team in the opening period, but thanks to those 3 straight power plays for Minnesota in the second, that really kept the Leafs back on their heels, and really, from that standpoint, Toronto really hasn't generated a whole lot.
Another long shot caught by the left hand of Wall.
By the way, if you're wondering how easy it's going to be for the Minnesota Wild to be competitive, get the top third of the league or so, well, we're going to have to wait until the end of next year to get rid of the $14.7 million cap hit that they're still under with the buyouts of Ryan Suter and Zach Parise. Wow, that's a pretty good player, 14.7.
Yeah, I'd say you're going to have a good one. Leafs break it out at center with a pass ahead. Brody across the line. He had Bertuzzi heading to the front of the net, but couldn't get him the puck. And it's back down into the Toronto zone. Tavares, a bank pass ahead. Willie turned, or at least Bertuzzi turns, got it ahead to Nylander. Nylander working back with a pass in, trying to work along back of the net. Tavares shielding the puck nicely, then couldn't get it to the front of the goal. Finds Bertuzzi, back of the goal for Nylander. Curling out, still with it, back towards the blue line. Drops it off. Here's Benoit working down in around back of the goal. Benoit trying to slide it back to the blue line to Marner, and does. Marner with a shot that was blocked. Good play by Nylander to keep it in. And now the Wild will get it out at center, but the Leafs have defense in position, and it is Lagesson getting it back and sending it around the boards. Matthews couldn't get there in time. Nyes does, and he springs Marner to center. Marner banking it into the far corner. Matthews is first in there along with John Merrill, but can't make a play. Merrill getting it ahead. Johansson gets it out at center ice, and the Maple Leafs will regroup. McCabe, a pass that Marner couldn't handle. Matthews scrumming it up against the boards, and at least Giordano able to settle it down, and the Leafs trying to get in over the line, but Nyes can't get it deep. Polino plays it back into Toronto territory. Giordano quickly playing it out into neutral ice. Nyes couldn't come up with it. Giordano will try again. Now to McCabe. McCabe works out slowly. Domi over the boards along with Morgan Riley. And it is Riley sending it in over the line. Leafs trying to be cautious about too many men on the ice. 6th time the other day. And head coach Sheldon Keefe saying that was a bad call. 2 of the Leaf players collided with one another. A deflection here by Maroon goes out of play. And he said it had no effect on the play whatsoever, but 2 of the Leaf players ended up colliding with one another, trying to get to the bench, and both went down. And
what about the other 5 times?
That wasn't brought up. it was very nicely avoided.
Yeah.
Or how about last year?
Yeah. Was it 15 times?
Yes.
Yeah, it gets to the point where you're saying it's a little too regular to say that bad calls or bad counting from the officials.
Draw one cleanly by Tavares. Brody double-teamed in the corner. Tavares moves to try and help out. Brody got the puck free, and Morgan Riley carries out at center. Riley scored in this period to give the Leafs a 2-goal lead. Down into the corner, but it has since evaporated. And out come the Wild to center ice. And across the line comes Dewar. Backhands it into the corner. Lagesson got there first. Stood up Dewar. Benoit couldn't help him out. The puck is sent around the boards. Lagesson after it again. That frees up the puck along the boards, and Nylander will get it freed up, and Benoit skating out at center, protecting it well to get to center ice, but couldn't get it in deep. And now it's bounced down into the Toronto end. Played on the boards around to the far side by Giordano. Bouncing puck that Matthews had difficulties with. In fact, lost it, but now the Wild make an errant pass. And Matthews is out. He'll flip it high into the near corner. 5:11 to play in the third. Tied at 3s. Wild get it again and send it the length of the ice. And an icing call coming here against Minnesota.
Well, it was very important before the Leafs came over, and Ilya Samsonov had a solid night, only gave up 2 goals against the Vancouver Canucks, and then only 2 in their win against the Detroit Red Wings on Friday. So back-to-back 2-goal games for Samsonov. Like we said, you want to get Joseph Woll kind of back on that track as well.
Leafs win the face-off, and a shot was whistled over top of the net by Marner.
We've seen a lot of goals and scoring chances right off the draws this year, haven't we?
Played out into the center ice area. Wild regroup it. Eriksson Ek sending it back into the Toronto zone. Morgan Riley is there. He returns the favor. Where's the puck? Wait a minute. Oh, it's back in the Leaf zone. So they're whistling. It must have struck something.
Might have hit maybe the clock, because Marner was pointing on the ice.
Yeah.
A lot of the players were pointing, and then all of a sudden it ended up 40 feet from where they were pointing, which was back in the Leaf zone.
Well, we'll take a break with 4:39 to play here in period number 3. Leafs 3, Minnesota 3. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Mad Dog Russo.
Good afternoon, everybody!
Hear the passion.
Be aggressive. Get something done.
Hear the knowledge.
The game, folks, is about 2 plays. And that's what it comes down to.
Hear the personality.
I'm going to start here in an angry mood. Get somebody on the radio!
That has made him a sports talk legend.
Does that make any sense to you? Drives you crazy.
It's Mad Dog Unleashed with Christopher Russo. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league is talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
TSN 1050. Everywhere you want it.
The Leafs 3 and the Minnesota Wild 3.
Well, we're taking a look at it now. We still didn't get it on the replay where the ricocheted puck ended up.
Everybody was pointing and didn't go anywhere. Leafs now playing it off the boards out at center. Tavares to Yarncrook and stolen back. Played by Matt Boldy to center. He gets in over the line, works into the corner around Riley. Now back to the point with a one-timer. Wall may have got a piece of that. Played down into the Minnesota zone. Swung around to the far side. Boldy with it again. And he's going to launch it high and a hop down into the Toronto end. McCabe got it out. Nyes couldn't handle it. Foligno back in with a shot. High, off a stick, into the screen, out of play.
26 games in Sweden, though, a lot of blown leads.
Yes.
And the Ottawa Senators blew a 4-goal lead against the Detroit Red Wings. Ended up winning it in overtime in the dying seconds when Tim Stützle batted one in. Leafs came back from a 2-goal deficit on Detroit. Minnesota's now come back from a 2-goal third-period deficit on the Leafs. And you could even say Minnesota blew a 1-goal lead in a 2-1 loss yesterday.
Played off the boards in the Toronto zone. Matthews can't come up with it. Neither could McCabe. Still scrummed along the wall. Zuccarello rings the boards to find Middleton at the left point. His shot went wide, trying to make a wrap around there. Coming in front of the net was Ryan Hartman, but he was denied just at the last second. Kept alive at the point. Here's Foligno having it knocked away, and Matthew Nyes is in. Dropping it back. Marner closes, and the shot was deflected by Foligno wide of the goal. 3:16 to play in the third. Back in with a shot was Spurgeon, but it went wide of the net. Spurgeon after it in the corner, frees up Rossi. Rossi back of the goal, trying to get it back to the point. Long shot by Hartman was blocked. Matthews able to carry out. Matthews then circles back, waiting for teammates to change. Bertuzzi comes over the boards, and now here's Brody doing likewise to allow the rest of the change to happen. Shot into the Minnesota end. Puck around back of the net. Faber played it into the corner. Tavares freed it up but couldn't get it out in front where Bertuzzi was waiting. Bertuzzi comes away with the loose puck, trying to get away from the checking of Rossi, but couldn't get it back into the slot where Nylander was stationed. Now Willie gets it off now to Tavares. Back to Nylander. Nylander in on the far boards. Works back towards the blue line. Got a shot away and went off a leg and went wide. Long lead pass. Gets out at center ice. Zuccarello in over the line. Zuccarello blocked there by Bertuzzi. Leafs just get clear of it. It won't have enough to go for icing with 2:04 left to play in the third. Jake Middleton working back in his own zone. Got it up on the right wing side. A bank pass down into the Toronto end off a stick. No icing. Yarncrook tied up his man but couldn't come away with the puck. And as it's cleared around the boards, it finds the screen again. And so a face-off coming in the Toronto end. And Morgan Riley getting a bit of a slash and pointed explanation of such to the official.
Yeah, that's what he mentioned. It looks like the Leafs may have used up all their tokens.
Yeah.
When it's come to power plays. 12:38 of the first period is the last time the Leafs went on the power play.
Minnesota won the faceoff so cleanly it came all the way back into their own zone. Now played up on the wing and down into the Toronto end. Once again, icing waved off. Brody pushes it along. Yarncrook got it out. Camp couldn't come up with it. And it's back down into Minnesota territory. Jake Middleton, whose goal cut into a 3-1 Toronto lead that was extended into the third period on a Morgan Rielly goal. Now here's a sharp angle shot. Two of them blocked nicely by Wall, hugging that goal post. And Rielly will play it up and out and down the ice. And an icing call. 1:02 left in regulation time.
Just got up on edge at the end, didn't it? To get over the goal line. Yeah, Dewar with a couple of opportunities from the goal line to the right of Joseph Wall. I like the fact that Noah Gregor's in front of the net. Fourth line guy, but back taking a man, making sure no rebounds.
So 35 shots for Minnesota, 23 for the Maple Leafs, who haven't had a shot in quite a while. Almost since the Rielly goal. Flipped in over the line. Minnesota gets it out at center, but have to wait as there was a player offside. They'll regroup it back in the Minnesota end. 44 seconds left to play in the third. Foligno on the left wing. Gets it to the line. Leafs are able to chop it back out. Wild shoot it right back in again. Back of the net, Giordano. Not much time to waste. Gets it ahead. Here's a chance for Marner in over the line. Marner on his backhand, and he set it wide. Nyes had gone to the front of the goal, but now the Wild bring it back. Eriksson Ek in. Eriksson Ek with a shot, and that was deflected wide. Played up on the wing for Nyes. Nyes dropping it back. Played off on the near side. A glance by Giordano sends it back behind the net. And the teams are going to decide this in extra time or a shootout.
Well, neither team is stranger to games that have gone beyond regulation. As the Leafs have guaranteed of picking up at least 3 out of 4 points in the Global Series in Sweden. A little happier with the Detroit game.
So the Leafs and the Wild go to overtime. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-656-7129. That's 1-800-656-7129. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-656-7129. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-656-7129. Ontario license number 4705786.
Well, if you slept in this morning and you're waking up, maybe it's your clock radio that you have on, we're going to overtime. The Leafs outshot in the third period 13-4. And the Minnesota Wild, after Morgan Rielly built a 3-1 Toronto lead, get goals from Middleton and Zuccarello to send the game to overtime.
And for the Leafs, this is the 7th time in 17 games that they are going to extra time. Leafs are 4-2. The Minnesota Wild 1-3.
And the Leafs are going to start Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, and TJ Brody, and move from right to left on your radio dial. After changing ends, Kaprizov is out there along with Eriksson Ek. Whoa! Linesman who dropped the puck got lifted right off his skates, and everybody making sure that that head didn't snap back on the ice. We're underway with the Wild controlling the puck. Eriksson Ek gets it in over the line, trying to drop it back. played into the corner. Marner trying to free it up. It comes alone in front of the goal. Wall down, and he makes a brilliant save. The rebound back to the point of shot, and that is blocked, and it's going to carry him out at center. 3 Leafs were in the corner of the rink, and the Minnesota player was all alone. Now the Leafs steal the puck. Offensive zone. Marner closes. Works back along the boards. Now to the blue line. He'll work to the left wing side to get a change of players started. Marner still with it. To Nylander. Nylander with a shot. Deflected wide. Riley trying to protect the puck in the corner. Nylander against the boards. Has it taken away by Kaprizov. And out come the Wild now as they'll change. Both teams with decent chances, but what a save by Joseph Wall. Here the Wild out at center. We're in overtime. Brought in now by Boldy. Matt Boldy stops up. Works into the slot. A pass off onto the wing. Gaudreau works it back along the boards. Puck stolen by Toronto. Fed in front of the goal. Trying to dive for it there was McCabe. But it's Minnesota that controls and stretches things back into the Wild zone. Lots of talk about changes to overtime. As in, you're not allowed to come out of the zone after you get in to regroup intentionally. There's a chance by Boldy doing just that.
I think if you're going to make any change, make it 10 minutes instead of 5.
I agree. Boldy in across the line. Got it sent back by Brock Faber. Pass intercepted by the Leafs. Fed back on the near side for Yarncrook. Yarncrook to McCabe. McCabe to Matthews. And Matthews starts in. Right wing side. Still with it. 1-on-3 though. Now on comes Morgan Riley and Marner, who takes the pass. Marner sends it in front. Riley couldn't get his stick on it. Riley working back to the blue line. Dishes off to Matthews. Closing. Little stick move. Backhand shot. Off his stick into the screen. Clever little move by Austin Matthews.
Like he was going to try to snap it on the forehand and did the little toe drag to the backhand. And it is interesting that we've not seen John Tavares out yet for overtime. Sheldon Keefe has opted to go with Willie Nylander and Kelly Yarncroc as a duo. So he started with Matthews and Marner, went to Nylander, Yarncroc, and then right back to Matthews and Marner. This one,
and is that foot speed?
Stick. Probably as much as any, although Tavares was on the ice with Nylander in Tampa when they scored the overtime goal.
Never mind. He's out there now with Nylander. Brought out at set.
But like we said, it hasn't been the norm.
Nope. Brought in over the line. Riley couldn't get it away there from Marco Rossi, who plays it out at center ice. And Johansson goes back to cover the puck now for Minnesota. Here's Marcus Johansson. Swede in over the line. Stops, shoots. Blocked by a sprawling Morgan Riley. And he'll push it ahead. Nylander starting out with Tavares. Nylander working in on the left wing. Nylander driving the net and a goal. He scores! Holy Mackinac, Willie have a trip to Sweden. The Leafs win it in overtime. And the streak continues. And the Leafs streak continues.
Nylander with a burst of speed down the left wing side. And I think Joe looks up and sees Marcus Johansson. The forward is the defender that Willie Nylander eventually just dances around. This was after Tavares had fallen on the boards right in front of the Minnesota bench. Minnesota couldn't cash in on that. And then Willie Nylander busting in off the left wing. Goes backhand, forehand, but chips this short side on Fleury, who was cheating just a little bit, tried to get the poke check out, but the puck never got there. And Willie Nylander, I mean, what an amazing trip. First goal the Leafs have scored at that end of the ice, and it comes in overtime. And the Leafs will improve to 10-5-2 on the season, including 5-2 on games that have gone past regulation.
12th goal of the season for Willie Nylander. He added an assist earlier. He now has 27 points and has scored the winning goal in overtime to give the Leafs a 4-3 victory.
Marcus Johansson's going to end up -3 on the night. Do you not think Willie Nylander's eyes lit up a bit? Because you have to believe he looked, saw who he was being defended against, and said, I got you.
Yeah, I can take this to the hoop.
And Willie Nylander with a great finish. And like we said, so the Leafs now winners of 4 straight and get right back into the mix atop the Eastern Conference, improving to 10-5-2.
They will travel home and then travel again. Our next action coming your way on Friday afternoon. 2 o'clock start. We'll be right back here at the TSN studios with the Leafs tangling with the Chicago Blackhawks as they start a North American road trip with a stop in Pittsburgh as well. But it has been a very successful trip to Sweden for the Maple Leafs as they win both games 3-2 against Detroit and 4-3 here against the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, and full marks for it. I mean, certainly there have been, moments and stretches in games that they've slipped a little bit. A lot of that, I thought, tonight was based on the fact they took 3 straight penalties in the second period, and it really seemed to stall their offense. Riley scores to give them the 2-goal lead in the third, and give the Minnesota Wild credit. They battled back and were able to send it to overtime. But from a Leafs standpoint, I think the most important thing, Joe, most important part's the wins, but second most important thing, only 7 goals against in the last 3 games. That was the one area that had everybody very concerned with the Leafs, keeping the puck out of their own net, and we're starting to see that number improve.
Morgan Riley judged the player of the game for the Maple Leafs, accepting a gift from Matt Sundin, and I'm sure that was a special moment for both. So the Maple Leafs win it 4-3. Frankie Corrado will join Jim Toddy in the post-game show. Join us again on Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock. The Leafs are in Chicago. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The fantasy football playoffs are coming. And if you want to win, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
0 concerns about Jalen Waddle. Stop complaining. Enjoy the fantasy points that are about to come.
Touchdown Miami. We're here to help you overcome bye weeks, poor performance, and injuries.
Start Brees Hall every week.
It's a jet touchdown. You need our team of fantasy football experts now more than ever.
You can't count on 15 to 20 points every single week from a guy who is the second option.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
LA is set up for goalies to succeed. It's the way LA defends down the middle, the way they take high-grade scoring chances away from you. They create an environment for goalies to succeed. They spent their money on Dubois. They limited their money on goaltending with the belief that if they play the way they're playing, a mid-level goaltender could have a ton of success there.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. 24/7 hockey talk.
My boy Brady Tkachuk fired up, said what he wanted to say. I love when a captain comes out like that and sticks up for his team. Listen, the fans of Ottawa, they paid their hard-earned money to get in there. I guess if they want to boo, they can boo. I love Brady sticking up for his guys. But Brady Tkachuk, good for you. Say how you feel. Plays hard on and off the ice. Cooley, I love that kid.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daly.
The league has talked about right now as far as neck guards go in that.
We have been really pushing hard cut-resistant materials and guards for use by our players. It is an adjustment for them. We are strongly recommending cut-resistant materials.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
And if someone says, well, he's good in the room, you know what? They don't have a good in the room stat in the standings. I've yet to find that category. It's one of the most overplayed things. They better be good in the room. That's the least you better bring when you join a National Hockey League team.
Under Review with Mick Kerr, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Blocked by a sprawling Morgan Riley, and he'll push it ahead. Nylander starting out with Tavares. Nylander working in on the left wing. Nylander driving the net, and a goalie scores! Holy Mackinac, Willie have a trip to Sweden. The Leafs win it in overtime, and the streak continues, and the Leafs streak continues.
Joe Bowen with the final calls. The Leafs win both in Sweden, 4-3 in overtime over Minnesota, just completed. Welcome to the postgame show. Leafs game night, Leafs game day, Leafs brunch, whatever. I mean, we're having fun here with a Maple Leaf victory. Jim Taddy, Frank Corrado, and Jimmy Ralph kind enough to hang around to analyze this game. And Ralph, you looked like it was going to slip away, but Nylander certainly took matters into his own hands, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Joe and I discussed it near the end. He must have looked up and saw Marcus Johansson was the guy back that he had to beat, and he went, I got this,
yeah.
You know, little one-on-one. And you know, I think he probably recognized that long before I did, but that's when you thought he's going to make that move. He's going to drive off the left wing. We've seen him at other times, hold on to it and kind of swoop around the left pad of the goaltender. But Marc-Andre Fleury might have telegraphed the poke check a little bit, and Nylander was able to chip it short side. But it was one of those that you thought with Nylander heading over, you thought, this could really be Willie Nylander's event in Sweden, and I don't think he disappointed at all.
Ralphie, Jimmy and I were talking before the game. It's getting hard to come up with new things to say about William Nylander. Just everything is going his way. And as much as that goal, like you talk about in the past, maybe he would have swooped around. Like, I think we need to go back quite a bit further now to talk about that Willie Nylander. Like, he's been doing this for a while now, very consistently, where it's like, this is a 27-year-old guy who's big and strong, and he's dropping his shoulder, and he's playing a power forward kind of style with the high-end skill that he has. Like, I don't know, we're just running out of positive things to say about this guy. It's been incredible all year long.
Yeah, and parts of it, Frankie, is that parts of his game you thought you can't. What's a better way to put it? You can't learn it. It's either in your DNA and it's not. And that was the willingness to battle, the one-on-one battles, and win things. And I know you made reference to it a little earlier, but that's been a big part of his game. Being able to strip the puck, to get it back, engage in the one-on-one battles. And I think it was fair criticism that early in his career, he avoided them. Sure. You'd see a lot of U-turns and snowshoes, not wanting to engage. And,
Ralphie, my coach in Sweden, I'm not even joking. He used the term bubbles because, so everyone's in the dressing room and there was a lot of imports on the team. And he would address us a lot of times in English, and his way of, what you just described, like the snowshoes or the big turns, he would say, guys, when we go back to the front of the net, no bubbles. And we were looking around at each other like, what is this guy talking about? No bubbles. So then one of the import guys goes, Per, what do you mean by no bubbles? He goes, watch here. When you come back to the front of the net, look, you make a bubble with your skates. He goes, no more bubbles.
Well, yeah, that was. It's been a bubble-free season for Willie Nylander, if that's the case. But I think it was important for Joseph Woll to get the win as well. Even if you go to a shootout and you see another 4-spot go up, if you ended up losing that way, because he had a stretch of 4 straight games of 4 goals against or more, other than the relief appearance against Tampa. So I think it was an important trip. In a lot of ways, I know we talked about it when they left. They won the back-to-back games against Calgary and Vancouver, and you're thinking, oh, no, this might be the worst time to go over as you're trying to get some momentum. But the Leafs were able to carry it through for the 2 games in Sweden.
Well, and there's that flurry of goals in the third period. Riley scores $1.32 later. The goal is canceled out, and 2:32 after that, the game's tied. There's a lot of action there, and somehow they got through this.
Yeah, it is amazing how many goals they've given up on screenshots from the point. I know they all look like they have a little bit of an odor to it, but you saw the one in the third period by Middleton. It was a blast at the perfect time. Riley and a Minnesota player just slide through the eyesight of Joseph Wall as the puck is starting to get to the net. And but it seems like the Leafs have really given up a lot of those goals, like from fairly long range through a maze. So maybe it's a law of averages that are going to show that they're going to start hitting sticks or missing the net and things like that. But it really has been sort of an incredible run of goals against, either on deflections or just screens that the Leaf goalies have given up. But because it seemed like the Leafs have gone through this stretch where they're scoring a lot nicer goals than they're giving up. But it looks like that might be starting to turn just a little bit.
Ralphie, the fourth line, it doesn't factor in on this game on the score sheet, but you watch them play, and there's a couple plays that stick out in my mind. There's one in the first period early on. Bobby McMahon makes a nice play to get the puck off the wall. They attack off the rush. And there's a few other plays like that where you're thinking that's subtle, but it's simple. And now the fourth line, instead of playing in their own zone, or instead of Sheldon Keefe worrying, how can I get these guys on the ice and them not being a liability, they're chewing up valuable minutes in the offensive zone. In a game like today where for the second period there's nothing happening either way and it's a little bit of a sleepy game, to know that you can put a line like that on the ice and look at like McMahon played just over 8 minutes, but David Kampf played 12 and a half. Noah Gregor plays 12 and a half. To get a little more out of those guys and know that you don't have to run your big boys into the ground as much, I think it obviously bodes well for the team, but it's simple, subtle little things for those guys that's helping them.
Yeah, and there was even, you might remember the play where Joseph Wall in the third period made a couple of saves on the blocker side post from a sharp angle, but Noah Gregor was right back down. That kept him from getting a lane to the front of the net. So very responsible defensively, and then I think you like the fact that you can get Kampf and Gregor especially some extra minutes on the penalty kill as well. So yeah, they've gone from a team, and let's not forget, I mean, the game against Vancouver, the fourth line scores 2 goals, and certainly a different look and much different results.
It's interesting. So the fourth line actually became the third line because when you look at the minutes for Domi and Robertson, Domi 758, Robertson 742, and Yarncroke was moved around. Obviously the coach wasn't happy with the third line. Obviously some of the top players soaked up. I mean, you're talking Marner 21, Nylander 22 and a half, Matthews 22-19. I mean, he tightened the bench up, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think that's always a sign of a good coach. You know on a certain night who you feel is going and who isn't. And, if you look from a point standpoint, obviously it was the Tavares line that got them back into the game in the third period against the Red Wings. And it was the Matthews line that really took over, with all due respect to Willie. It's like you expect his 2 or 3 points, but it was really the Matthews line that seemed to generate the most. Matthew scores, Matthew Nye scores in the game as well. So I think that's just, recognizing that some nights, some guys have a little more jump than others. And I think that's a sign of a great team. When you can say after a game, the third line became the fourth, and it was for a positive reason because I think the fourth line was so good. But it always reminds me of Darryl Sutter in a press conference in Los Angeles when somebody asked him about the fourth line, and he said, "Who's on it?" And then I think, with Darryl Sutter, he was one of saying, you guys are the ones that come up with numbers on lines. And I think Darryl Sutter was also very good at defining which guys were going early on in the game, and they're the ones that ended up with the most ice time.
So if Darryl Sutter can't define which line is which on his team, would you be able to define right now at this point, like which goalie's the number one guy? Because me and Taddy were talking about it. Joseph Wall has been the better goaltender all season long. But you're finally getting some quality out of Ilya Samsonov, and Taddy brought up the point where he said, I would just roll him 50-50. Every other game, get the rotation going, because it seems like anytime you give one of these guys a little runway, it's like something happens where they come back down to earth. Just go 50-50. It seems to work right now. How would you kind of deploy these guys going forward? Like, their next game is not going to be until Friday, so there's obviously some time there. But going forward, how do you want to deploy things?
It's tough because you look at Boston last year, Allmark and Swayman, and you're saying that was great. It worked. Best defense in the league, best goals against in the league. And then you hit the playoffs and you make a switch in Game 7 because you think they're equal, but you want to give somebody else. And I believe it was Swayman, was it not, to win in for Game 7?
Yeah, Swayman went in for Game 7, but I think a lot of people were saying, why isn't Swayman going in earlier? You were comfortable going, this 50-50 rotation all season long. Allmark looks hurt. He's not playing well. Why do you insist on going to him just because it's the playoffs now?
Yeah, but that's what I mean, Frankie. You get into that situation where there is that belief you got to go with the hot guy. And, that kind of gets away from the strategy you had throughout. I mean, neither guy is, at this point in his career, has played hit the 50, 60 game mark in a season. So, probably just, for health reasons, if for no other, and you want to keep guys sharp, that you could probably do that. Although, some guys play better with competition. Some guys play better knowing they're the number one guy, and I can have a bad game and be right back in there. So, I guess the question would be, Frank, if you're going to split, what are you going to base it on? Are you going to say before a 3 or 4 game block, you're going to give them their assignments? Or are you going to just sort of do it game by game, but want it to even out? And you get to a point where a guy's won a couple in a row and you're going to keep him in.
Knowing what's hard about that, Ralphie?
And then if he loses, the other guy goes in and now you create sort of a different dynamic where you have a bad game and you're going to be punished for it.
And you know what's hard about that? Like, you want to be upfront and honest with players as much as you can. You want to say, okay, this is the plan going forward. At some point, you're going to have to deviate from the plan. And it's like, I don't know, how do guys react to that? You have to have a better read on what they're like their personality and how they handle change. But, you can go to them and say, this is what we're going to do. It's all going to be good, 50-50. Some guy gives you a game that you really like, and then the other guy goes in and stinks out the joint. Are you going to go back, or are you going to, are you going to give guys a couple more games? It's a good conversation, anyways.
Yeah, and the bottom line is, it's not a controversy if you're winning. It's just,
absolutely. Yeah.
It's a choice. It's you're not losing 7 or 8 in a row, and you've got awful goaltending, and you don't know who to put in. It's a nice problem to have, but I'm kind of with you, at least, to this point. You could probably go 50-50, but I think if you're going to do that, I think you sit down with the goalies and say, okay, this is the week coming up. We got 4 games. You get these 2, you get these 2. And that way a guy just has to worry about his game and not having to win to maybe get the next one. Or if I have a bad night, I'm going to sit for 2 or 3. That might work with some guys that could absolutely destroy others.
Yeah, I mean, everything's subject to change. I just sort of propose that as for the next couple of weeks while they seem to be working well that way. I guess the ultimate question that sort of triggers the whole discussion is, when Wall was playing a bunch of games, did you think that he was starting to mentally wear down?
No, I don't think this early in the season, Jimmer. I think the Leafs were giving up a lot more. But certainly had those games, especially when he had played back-to-back in Washington and Dallas. Yeah. He was outstanding. And those were the games. And let's face it, at the time, the Leafs needed the wins. So I don't think this was about, being unfair to Samsonov. I think this was just about, we got to go with the guy with the hot hand. And we got to get some wins in the win column. And I think that's why you're going to see the fourth line stay the way it is, for the immediate future, because you found something that's worked. And it's nothing against Ryan Reeves. It's I know Klingberg's battling some injuries and isn't available, but you've got 2 pretty 5-6 guys on the blue line as well. So bottom line is you're going to do whatever you can to help your team win. But from a goaltending standpoint, I still think you have to have the big picture in mind.
Ralphie, thanks for hanging around. Appreciate it.
All right, boys.
Thank you very much. Jim Ralph, ladies and gentlemen. He was in a hurry. I mean,
yeah. I don't know if he's going to text us when he gets home.
I know. Now we're sort of in suspended animation. I thought.
Well, you know what? At least today, the ramp to the 401 will be open for him, so he won't have any issues there.
That's why. Or something scheduled at noon. Nonetheless, the Leafs win 4-3 in overtime. I like this game because, there was that sag in the third period where you're thinking, yeah, here we go again. And it's hard to sort of quantify. I literally watched most of every one of these games that was played in Sweden, and everybody had a sag, so you just don't know what it's going to cost you, but they worked their way through it.
Yeah, I think a lot of the games in Sweden have been like that. And I don't know if you caught Daniel Alfredsson talking to the Sens after the game that they won against Detroit, where Detroit had stormed all the way back and then Stützle won it in overtime. But they showed a clip of Alfredsson in the room after, and he's giving out the game puck, and he just says to the guys, the only thing that matters in this league is that you find a way to win. And with a game like tonight, I think it's appropriate for the Leafs because it was a sleepy game. It was a lethargic game at times, but they scored goals when they needed to. Matthews gets a power play goal. Matthew Nyes gets a 5-on-5 goal off the rush, no less. And Morgan Riley catches Matt Boldy snoozing in the offensive zone. And next thing you know, the Minnesota Wild stage a little bit of a comeback. And it's a couple quick strike goals for them, and William Nylander wins it in overtime, and you're thinking, okay, just find a way to win this game. That's really all that matters. So for the Leafs, they go over to Sweden. They get their 4 points. Now they have the week to kind of recharge and reset, get back to being acclimated here in North America, and that's a successful trip for them, not to mention that they had won, 3 in a row prior to tonight's game.
So the Leafs win at 4-3 in overtime. Ralphie has texted me to say he's on his way to church. So that explains the quick exit, right? He's got to get there by noon.
Yeah.
Okay.
The pastor's waiting for him. I believe he's one of the people who collects the money.
This is Leafs game night, game day, game brunch on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Want to be certain your reno goes right? Start with Pro Materials with CertainTeed Drywall. In fire resistant, water resistant, super durable, or soundproof and top quality insulation. Ceiling systems, premium shingles, and siding. Do it right with professional grade building materials from CertainTeed. Pro all the way.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but I am a superhero. I love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Blocked by a sprawling Morgan Riley, and he'll push it ahead. Nylander starting out with Tavares. Nylander working in on the left wing. Nylander driving the net, and a goal, he scores! Holy Mackinac, will he have a trip to Sweden? The Leafs win it in overtime, and the streak continues, and the Leafs streak continues.
TSN's Player of the Game.
It has to be the Swedish king, William Nylander, with a goal and an assist. Gets an assist on the Austin Matthews power play goal to tie the game at 1. But what a great ending to this Swedish trip, and it's fitting that William Nylander, who's been the face of this trip and arguably the face of Swedish hockey in the NHL this season, gets his 12th of the season as an OT winner. He makes Marcus Johansson look silly, takes him inside, outside, drives the net. William Nylander, no doubt our player of the game, Jimmy.
Well, for me, it's a bit of a coin flip, and I'll explain why. First, I just want to wrap up the Nylander story. I played 22-30, 3 shots on goal, another 4 that didn't get there, so very active that way. Morgan Rielly was, I think, honored in the rink that way, and he had a goal and 2 assists for 3 points. He plays 24-25, 5 shots on goal, another 3 that missed. So, I mean, both these guys had really stellar games, but I agree with you. I mean, it is in Sweden, and he did win the game in overtime, so a slight nudge to William Nylander that way.
We'll give him the nod because it's in Sweden, and you know what that represents for Nylander to be the one that finished the global series off. But I do agree with you. Morgan Rielly was excellent today. He's been excellent all season long. Looking back at the season so far, I can't think of one game or one stretch of games that Morgan Rielly hasn't been the Leafs' best defenseman and hasn't been a great player on the ice. I mean, can you think of any games this season where we've left the rink or finished a game thinking, yeah, that wasn't Morgan Rielly's best stuff?
No, he's been a going concern in a positive fashion. And when you add in the Tavares story, I mean, both these guys take some heat because they play hurt. And when they do, they don't look their normal self. But I think both these guys had good summers and came to camp ready to go. And they have been noticeable. The veteran guys have been noticeable.
Yeah. You're not yourself when you're hurt. You can't play to your full capabilities. And Morgan Rielly, we know last year he was playing, coming off the MCL injury, just didn't look like himself. But he found his game in the playoffs, and he's kept that game going throughout the start of this season. And I think a lot of the narrative in a negative way around Morgan Rielly in this team was that maybe he's not a true number one defenseman. There's no debate this season that he's played like a true number one defenseman. He's been outstanding with the puck, away from the puck. You know, you see some of the ice time, the minutes that he's logging on a night-to-night basis. Today was, as you mentioned, just under 25 minutes, 125 on the power play, some shorthanded minutes, not a ton, but Morgan Rielly was fantastic again. And I think it's important to point out that the more guys like, Giordano plays just under 2.5 on the penalty kill. TJ Brody plays just over 2.5 on the penalty kill. Even a guy like Simon Benoit is playing 1.5 minutes on the penalty kill. That just allows Morgan Rielly to be freed up a little more at 5-on-5 in order to play the kind of game that makes him successful. And he's up on the rush, and that's a big part of his game. And, you see in the goal that he scores in the third period where he jumps in off the blue line in the offensive zone. If he's tired, like if he's, I know he's playing 24.5, but if he's eating up more minutes in harder or harder minutes, he's not able to do that kind of stuff. So I think Morgan Rielly's being utilized properly, but he's also playing at a very high level right now.
Frankie, in the last couple of minutes, we've touched on some things that I always use as reference points. On the judgment of hockey players, the very first thing you want to ask yourself is the player hurt? And the second thing that you will also admit, and some fans don't get there, is this is an NHL player. If he's not performing on this team, it's probably not a good fit. So is it the right fit? Is he hurt? And the other question I always ask is, when the team isn't going the way the coach wants, will he tighten the bench up? And Sheldon Keefe did that tonight.
For sure, and he's a demanding coach. He has high standards for his players, and if you're not going to play to those standards, he needs to do what he needs to do in order for the team to win the game. And for tonight, it was Max Domi and the third line, Nick Robertson, playing under 8 minutes. Calle Järnkrok played a little more. He played just under 15. But, those two guys, if they're not giving you enough to give yourself a chance to win that game, the coach has no choice. I think Sheldon looks at this game and says, okay, well, we had a 3-1 lead at one point, and we're watching the game slip away, and Minnesota is staging a little bit of a comeback. Came all the way to Sweden here. We're not going to drop this game after having a lead. I'm going to do everything I possibly can to make sure we win this game. And what is that? That's playing the first line and the second line as much as you can, and sprinkling in players on the fourth line with Calle Järnkrok to give your team a chance to win. And sure enough, you do that by getting the game to overtime. Joseph Woll makes some saves when he has to. He made a big one in overtime on Joel Eriksson Ek, point blank. I think we got some clips of his grandma cheering him on as he misses that one. But yeah. Joseph Woll stretches out, makes that big save, and that allows William Nylander to eventually get the overtime winner. So, I mean, it's one of those, there's a lot of things that need to happen, but Sheldon Keefe, whatever he can control as a coach, he did that today, and ultimately the Leafs win the game in overtime.
So we've got a sample size now of 4 games going back to the Hall of Fame game night against Calgary. That was not a work of art by any stretch, 5-4 shootout win, but it comes after that 6-3 loss at home to Ottawa. And then we have the brilliant win over Vancouver, 5-2. And these 2 games in Sweden where I'm not going to say squeaked it out, but they just got by. And third period rally against Detroit, weathering the storm in the third period this morning against Minnesota. So there's a nice sample size there. And when you go over those 4 games, for the most part, you're looking at business-like approach, getting things done that had to be done in an efficient manner. Would you agree with that?
For sure, and I think a lot of that has to do with the defensive side of the puck. That was where a lot of the issues lied with this team early on in the season. Like, they were scoring goals, they were generating the chances they needed to offensively, but Sheldon Keefe made mention of it numerous times so far, where he's saying, we talk about all the great things this team does offensively. We don't talk nearly enough about some of the defensive deficiencies with this team at times, and that would be frustrating for him because he's done such a great job of getting this team to a top 8 to 10 kind of defensive team in the league. And, for them to start the way they did this season wouldn't have sat well with him. But they've come around recently on the defensive side of the game. And you take a look at tonight's game. They give up 12 slot shots on net. That's, that's a good game for them. But when you take a look at the high danger scoring chances, only 4 of those are high danger scoring chances. And then at even strength, they were all at even strength. So it was actually a really good job on the penalty kill as well, not allowing Minnesota to get anything going. So it was a strong game defensively. And sometimes, Jimmy, as you know, when the Leafs play a boring kind of game, it bodes well for them, because if it's boring defensively, eventually it allows their star players to get a big goal for them when they need it, and that was the case tonight. Morgan Riley, star player, gets a goal. Austin Matthews, star player, gets a goal. And, of course, the biggest star of them all right now, William Nylander, gets the overtime winner.
Yeah, I just think it's a nice answer to, Ralphie talked about the 4-1 win in Washington and in in Dallas. And those are big wins. But then there's a 6-game stretch where not much happens. 3-2 overtime loss in Nashville, 4-1 loss to LA at home, shootout loss in Boston, loss at home to Buffalo, overtime win over Tampa, and that ugly loss to Ottawa at home, where they just seem to be floating without any direction. And this is a really nice response.
Yeah, exactly. And Sheldon Keefe, when I played for him, he used the term purpose a lot. Like, a lot of things had to have a purpose. We move the puck with a purpose. We play defense with a purpose. We practice with a purpose, all those kinds of things. And, when you're kind of floating along like that, you don't feel like there is a sense of purpose. You feel like you're just playing the game, and the game kind of controls you. And at times, yes, you don't have a lot of control over things. You can only control how hard you work and, what you your preparation is for a game. But it's nice to know that, when things are going your way, you can find ways to factor in on the positive side of the puck. And, that's what's happening right now. So as much as you need to ride the wave of when things aren't going well for you and hope you weather that storm, you have to ride the wave of when things are going well. And for the Leafs right now, everything seems to be coming up their way. It's their 4th win in a row. They go to Sweden. They win 2 games. They have a great trip. Matt Sundin is hanging around with the team. They're William Nylander's on talk shows there. Everyone seems to be having a great time. This is the kind of thing that can really bring a group together and form some strong bonds here. So, that kind of stuff. I know it's cliche to talk about those kinds of things, but it really does help bring a group together. And the more you can have in common with your guys and get to know guys, the more you feel like you're going to war with your buddies out there. So it's the end to a great trip for the Leafs.
Well, big moment for the Leafs, winning 2 games on this trip, and for William Nylander for obvious reasons, and of course the overtime winner today. He talked about that post game.
I mean, it was pretty special for sure to get that OT winner there. But, it was a great 4 points for us here, and hopefully bring that on the way back home.
I've asked all your teammates this. What has this felt like for you in terms of the NHL season? Has it felt like a training camp? Has it felt like a tournament? Has it felt like regular season games in Stockholm?
I don't know. It's been weird. I mean, walking around with my buddies and then next day go play an NHL game. So it's been weird, but it's been lots of fun. That's for sure.
Left side, Luke.
William, what do you think you'll remember most in this trip? Was there a moment in particular that you think you'll take away?
I mean, I think just playing the games and being with my family and showing the guys Stockholm. I think those three things were special.
William Nylander, postgame, and of course, he would have to host all the North American Leafs and bring them around, so busy time.
Yeah, you got to know exactly the spots to go to, Jimmy. That's a lot of pressure. Like, you got to be, the guys are expecting you to be dialed in. They call you the Swedish King. You're in Stockholm, hometown. You got to know everywhere to go. So I'm sure Willie showed them a great time.
So give us a slice of living in Sweden in terms of finished your work day. How do people live there in terms of how they socialize at night? I mean, what goes on there?
Well, so actually the workday starts pretty early there. They're up and at it pretty early, and then they take like a long lunch. And lunch is a big deal in Sweden, which I'm sure you can appreciate, Jimmy. Yeah. It's a lot of like buffet style lunches, but it's not like your greasy buffet. Like it's very good, actually, gourmet kind of stuff. And then after lunch, it's like go back to work for a little bit, and then there's a midday fika where a coffee and a pastry makes an appearance. Jimmy, I'm sure you can get behind that as well.
Yeah.
And then dinners was one of those things. I didn't go out for a ton of dinners in Sweden just because personal preference. I like to make my own dinners, but the food was amazing. The coffee was amazing. The whole lifestyle was great in Sweden, and people love being outside in the winter. So, if you're in Stockholm right now, it's not winter there yet, but it'll be lively. There'll be a lot going on, and especially with everyone in town here for the Global Series, I would imagine a lot of people traveled from other parts of Sweden to come watch this. It's a big stadium there, probably seats, 30,000 people at the Avicii Arena. So I'm sure it was a very cool experience, and for all the Swedish players to have all your family and friends come to Stockholm and see you and play NHL games, because it's not like here where an NHL game starts at 7 p.m. and everyone can watch. Games in Sweden start at 1 a.m. And so if your family and friends aren't willing to stay up till 1 a.m. and watch through the night, I'm sure they do every once in a while, but it's extra special to have that home touch for a lot of these guys. And Swedes obviously develop great hockey players, but they do truly love hockey there. It's the number one sport, over soccer or anything like that. And it's you can tell when you're in Sweden how much people love hockey.
Yeah, it's funny, that long lunch. I mean, that's an Italian thing, and I just figured in Italy when they do that, it's because in the summertime the heat is just unbearable at noon. But maybe it's a time difference thing.
Well, no, you're not wrong about that. Like in Italy, the long lunch being a heat thing, like it's way too hot to do anything during the day. But yeah, the Sweden thing, it's like go have lunch, and then you go back to work for a couple hours, and then there's another little break with a coffee and a pastry, and then finish up the day. So, and it was cool for me because I played in a small town. The team was Modo, but when I was there, we still had some COVID restrictions, so we weren't able to get like full crowds. But you could tell that like when there are games on, it's like the whole city wants to be at the game. We had restrictions. I believe the most we were allowed to have was 5,000 at the time. But, I know like now watching my old team play, it's like an 8,000 seat stadium, maybe a little bit more actually. And the town is of, 35,000 people town. A lot of people are actually at the stadium watching them play. It's like what I hear. It's like the Saskatchewan Roughriders, where everyone in Saskatoon is actually watching the Riders play at the same time.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why I went down that road. 4 years ago, I was in London, England, and what I noticed was, you notice cultural differences. So in London, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of customer service, which we don't have that much here anymore. What I mean is when you went to their version of a department store, there were people all over the place ready to help you. And it seemed to me that crowd would then go to the pub, tavern, whatever, and they seemed to enjoy their life at night, which doesn't always happen here. So that's kind of what I was fishing for there, was like, how do these people live and compare to how we live? Because we're on the treadmill here. There's no question about that.
You mean we're on the hamster wheel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on to the next assignment. I mean, that is North American life, really.
No,
and certainly.
It is different there. It's not like people are not, they don't live to work. They work to live, if that makes sense, right?
Absolutely.
They value the things around, around their personal lives and what their interests are. And, it's funny. People used to ask me, what was the difference when I played in Vancouver, Jimmy? Like, what's the biggest difference between Toronto and Vancouver?
3
and aside
hours.
from having the ocean there and the mountains, but this was a good example I used to use. If someone asks you what you do in Toronto, you say, yeah, I'm a lawyer, I'm an accountant, I work construction, whatever the case may be. Someone asks you in Vancouver what you do, you say, yeah, I like yoga, I like to go for a jog on the seawall, and I like to go skiing. And I think Sweden's quite similar in that regard, where a lot of people value their outdoor sports, their outdoor time, and work doesn't necessarily consume every hour of their living.
Okay, back to the hockey game. 4-3,
Yes,
the
guy.
Leafs win in overtime over Minnesota. That was a yes guy U-turn. Austin Matthews and Nylander's incredible global series.
Yeah, it was, I don't think you could. I mean, it's been a great week for us so far, and you could just see, all the suites being here, being home, and just the support for everybody. But obviously, with Willie and who he is as a player and as a person, and what he represents here in Sweden. So it's been a great week, and it's been a lot of fun to see all that.
Left side, Luke. Austin, what do you think you'll remember most from this trip?
I just think it's one of those trips where we really come together as a team. You spend a lot of time together, and I think we're ready for a couple days away from each other. But just to go experience a different country, different culture, get to play hockey in a city like Stockholm. I'm definitely not going to forget the sun going down at 3:00. So, but no, it's been a great week and a lot of fun.
Austin, you played with Willie for so long, but I'm wondering, just being here, did you see or learn anything new about him sort of away from the rink, nothing to do with the hockey?
No, not really. I feel like I know him pretty well. I mean, this is our 8th year together, and we all love Willie, and he's a special guy. He's a special player, and no doubt that this is a trip that we're all going to remember. But it's I think especially special for him and the rest of the Swedish guys on the team.
Front right. Being here for 2 games in Sweden, how does the Swedish crowd compare to back home?
I thought it was great. I really liked the arena. I thought it's it feels a lot bigger than, I think it was like 13,500, something like that was max capacity. But I thought the crowd was great. The support was awesome, and like I said, it was just a lot of fun.
Take one more question, back of the room.
Austin, would you like to play a global series again? And if so, where would you like to play it?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe like Mexico City. That'd be fun. Go home for a bit. So, but I thought, everything was really great here. It was first class and really smooth. And like I said, I think it's definitely an experience we'll take with us and look back on. That was a very positive one.
Austin Matthews, and I would echo his thoughts, not the last of the international series in season for the NHL, that's for sure. Leafs win a 4-3 in overtime. Nylander gets the overtime winner. This is Leafs Game Day on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Brock Purdy routinely makes ridiculous plays. He does it week in and week out.
When it happens in the NFL, we're reacting to it on SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Myles Garrett, he's got rocket fuel on his way to Canton, Ohio.
Get closer to the game with interviews with players, coaches, and executives.
Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Vikings.
My challenge to Josh Dobbs now is just imagine the places you can take us.
From the field to the front office, nobody covers the game like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Brian Burke.
But now it's a big story. Headline, Johnny Gaudreau bench. But he's not playing that well. His stats are terrible, and he's not playing that well. They sat him out. Now, he had the right response. He said, I got to play better. And that's all it is. Same thing here. You're playing poorly, you get benched. Shut up and work harder.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Where you want it.
Leafs game day. The Leafs winning 4-3 in overtime against Minnesota and Sweden. That trip is over. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado with you. And so they come back home. The next action is Friday afternoon in Chicago. We'll be on TSN 1050 at 1 on Friday afternoon with the pregame show, hour-long pregame show. And that is Thanksgiving weekend south of the border. And then the following day, they go on to Pittsburgh. So, you know, there is some time there, but they've got a massive clock change and then 2 games in a row on the road. That's not easily done either, is it?
It's not easy, but you'll adapt. And I think a lot of the times early on when you have to adapt to these kinds of things, you're just feeding off adrenaline. Really where you see the breakdown of this could be later on in the season. And guys will talk about, it's been a long year. We had to go to Sweden. We had to come back. And then because there's so many days between games here, like the rest of their schedule is going to be condensed a little bit, which presents a little bit of an issue. But, you just keep banking wins along the way. And now the Leafs have won 4 in a row. They bank wins. They get 4 out of 4 points in Sweden. And, it's up to them to continue that. But there is a little bit of a baked-in excuse, for lack of a better term, if you want. But it's only an excuse if you lose games. If you win games, everything's going well, and it's all right.
What was your thought process when Morgan Riley scores and then I guess it was $1.42 later, the goal is negated by the Middleton goal, and then 2:32 after that, Zuccarello scores. I mean, all 3 of those goals are kind of simple, aren't they?
They are. And so once the Morgan Riley goal goes in, I'm thinking, okay, they're going to shut this game down. And Minnesota hasn't had a lot offensively, although the Leafs didn't have a ton offensively in this game either. It just seemed like that would be it. And maybe the Leafs get an empty netter and Minnesota pulls the goalie. And, Jacob Middleton ends up getting that goal off a play where no one's really doing anything wrong for the Leafs, but it's big bodies going to the front of the net for Minnesota, and it's a moving screen, and it beats Joseph Woll. And it was right there where I kind of thought, okay, I was thinking about the Minnesota Wild. They have $15 million in dead cap space on their books because of the Parise and the Suter buyouts, and they have that for this year and next year. And then you see some of the players on their lineup, and one of the players making that screen was Marcus Foligno, who's a big body. The Wild just recently went out and acquired Zach Bogosian, who's a big body. Then they have Patrick Maroon on that roster, who's a hulking presence out there. And I thought, okay, they're going to have $15 million of dead cap space on their books. They obviously can't spend a ton of money on skill. So what are they going to do? They're just going to spend some money on some gritty guys that are hard to play against and try and wear you down and grind you down. Because if you can't spend money on good players, I don't know if it's the next best thing, but that's the strategy there. Get some guys that are a little cheaper, that are big, tough, strong, and hopefully they can provide something for you. So they end up getting the 3-3 goal from Zuccarello, where there's a skilled player on that team. It just goes off his skate, and he beats his check to the net. There's not much to that one either, Jimmy, where he's just going hard to the net. It goes off his skate. It's not like he tapped it in on the back door or anything like that, but it was a sleepy game, wasn't it? Like for both sides. There wasn't a lot of high-quality scoring chances. There wasn't a lot of back and forth. The game never really opened up. And I give Toronto some credit because that's a game where they could go to sleep, and it felt like they maybe did for a portion of that third period, but they find a way to win it in overtime with William Nylander getting the game winner.
Okay, back to Sweden now. Coach Keefe on the storybook ending.
Now on the Leafs Radio Network, Maple Leafs head coach Sheldon Keefe.
No, I don't think so. I talked to the group about that after. How it's a fitting end to the week for sure. For us, for Willie, for the fans, the city, the country, all that kind of stuff. I think it's a terrific close to the event. Yeah, so it's terrific how it works out. I, of course, would prefer that we didn't get to the overtime, but if that's what we had to do to have a finish like that, we'll take it.
And just to follow up from this morning, I asked you, would you welcome it again? And you kind of hedged a little bit. Ask me later. After 4 points in 2 games, what do you think?
Well, it was the fact that we found the way to get the points. You'll leave feeling good. And it's a terrific trip. I mean, yeah, it's what a terrific city to be able to spend time here. You know, to have this happen in the middle of the schedule is both great. You get something to break up your season. Even though we're somewhat early here, you still get to break it up, and you spend quality time together. You get to come and experience a different culture, firsthand experience and knowledge of the culture that a good portion of our team grew up in and live in. So. This it's called the Global Series for a reason. I mean, I got talking to some Leaf fans, today from Austria and some others from Slovakia and Czech Republic. I mean, there's people here from all over the world. I learned as we go through this. So you start to get a feel for how important it is. So to that end, I think we have a role. We all have a role to play to grow the game and to expose the game to fans and people who love it and don't get a chance to see it live. So to that end, if they tell us, we'll go. Or if they tell us we can go, we'll go, and we'll do our part. In terms of how it affects the season, it's time will tell. We're going to do all that we can to manage it here when we get back home. Like I had sort of alluded to before we got here, I've talked to different coaches that have been through this experience before, and different people. Guy Boucher, as a head coach, has been through something like this before. And teams haven't always responded well. It's taken time to dig out of it. So it's going to be on us to manage that here now. So, in terms of the impact on our season and on our schedule, that remains to be seen. How we get back home and deal with it. But in terms of the experience itself, you can't beat it.
Front right, Chris.
Sheldon, your time as Leafs coach, you've seen Willie take steps and build his game over these years. But how do you look at these 6 weeks or so in this season where he's gotten to with his play?
Yeah, I just think he's got such confidence and swagger here now that he's just feeling like he can turn the game at any point in time. So I think that's just the biggest thing. I don't think he would look at these 2 games and say that he played his best hockey, but he stepped up in big moments, and was a huge part of why we got 4 points here. And with all that said, a great opportunity for Willie, to come here and play, in his home city and country. But he had a full plate when he was here. More so than probably anybody that was here from the entire of the 4 teams. The obligations that he had, that he filled. So to be able to do that, still spend time with his family, and still put on a show on the ice, and make the impact that he did is tremendous. And thrilled for him.
All the way on the right.
Just to follow up on that, how do you think Willie has the capacity to juggle the events that he had to do in the big moments that you talked about?
I just think he's unflappable. I think that's really it. I think he is, whether it's, the spotlight of playing in Toronto and the media and all the different things that come with being a Maple Leaf, I don't think that phases him. In fact, I think he loves it and enjoys it, likes it that way. He lives here in Sweden's biggest city, and you can see he's a bit of a rock star here. We learned that. So I think he just enjoys that, and he's not bothered by it. I think he's a guy that's really pretty much spent his life in the NHL, right? As the son of an NHLer. So I think he knows exactly what it means to be an NHLer, to give back to the game and to be in a locker room and be around a team and to be with fans and all these kind of things. He's been around it his entire life, so I think all that sort of stuff he was built for.
2 more questions. Left side, Luke.
For you personally, is there a specific moment or two that you think will stick with you after you leave here from the trip?
Personally, I had a lot of challenges here, like a lot of other people on our staff, and I know on a lot of other teams. I'm not sure how people in this room handled the time change and jet lag and all that kind of stuff, but didn't sleep one night. I felt like a decent night's sleep, so it was a challenge that way. Excited to go home because of that reason and to get back on a regular schedule. That said, to me, I just learned a lot about the city, the culture here, whether it was our off day and being outside for the whole day and walking around. I don't know if I've ever been in a more walkable city in my life. Just tremendous and so many great places to stop, and people are so friendly. So I think that's a big part of it. But I think the other thing I guess if I could answer your question more succinctly would be just seeing how global the game really is. And you know how global it is, like as a sport, but the NHL, like I said this morning, I was talking to a family that was in from Austria to watch, and their Leaf fans are all wearing Leaf gear, and you kind of lose touch and lose perspective on some of those things when you're in our bubble in North America. But it really is a global game, so you see how important events like this are to give those fans an opportunity to experience it firsthand.
Last question, back of the room.
Coach, in addition to what you just said, Austin mentioned Mexico City as a possible destination for the Global Series. How do you like that?
It sounds like a wonderful idea. I think good on Austin. I know that's a very important place to him. I think the more places you can connect to like that, and obviously it's probably not as entrenched. The game's not as entrenched in the culture there as it is here, but places like that I think are tremendous. And I think probably more importantly, to have somebody like Austin, that would be so important to him, just speaks to how diverse our game is and how much it's grown in that sense.
Jimmy, it sounds like Sheldon Keefe needs to get some sleep upon returning home to Toronto. Doesn't sound like he was getting much sleep out there.
And Austin Matthews must be aware that Yes Guy has headquarters in Mexico City, so we can go.
Is that right? Have you expanded into Mexico City recently?
Absolutely. This you have to protect your brand, and we've tied up Mexico City, so that's a good spot.
Is it still Yes Guy or is it C Guy down there?
Well, it's both ways, Guy. You have to protect yourself, Guy.
I was thinking about, so I've obviously been to Europe a few times now, played 2 seasons over there, and it is difficult to get acclimated. It's harder when you're the head coach, and life as a head coach, from what I've seen anyways, it's so busy because there's so many things you need to organize, right? Like all the practices, all the logistics of things, how you want things to work, and then all your meetings with your coaches, making sure that all the technology, like those guys are going over there with a ton of technology that you rely on in order to get all your video up and running, all your meetings up and running. So he's Sheldon Keefe has to spearhead all that. So anyone who's been to Europe and says, well, I just stay up the first night and then I'm good after that. Well, yeah, on vacation, that sounds great, but that's not really a vacation for the head coach. There's a lot that he needs to spearhead there. So I'm sure he's looking forward to getting back home and where things are a little more familiar. And, that's a great trip for him and the team to go there and have to kind of battle through whatever they had to battle through, and then get 4 out of 4 points. It's very successful, and you don't feel like that trip puts you behind the 8 ball coming back, having to climb uphill and get back to even, for lack of a better term, coming back from a trip like that and having to get acclimated to North America again.
Well, I mean, you guys are, you need your routine. So if your routine's messed with it, then it just sets everything off. So this would be a major, undertaking by, obviously the people that organize it have to make sure everything runs smoothly, which is difficult when you're not in your home country or not in a league city. And any kind of disruption that way would absolutely unravel the playing roster.
For sure. So it's nice that everyone will get back on their routine soon, the players, the coaching staff alike. And I think Sheldon Keefe talks about, the just understanding how big the NHL brand and some of the players are overseas. And it is eye-opening when you go over there and you meet people and you talk to them and they tell you, yeah, I'm a big Leafs fan or I'm a Flyers fan or I'm a Red Wings fan. And you're like, why? And there's usually one player that they grew up watching and loving and played for that team, and they stay connected that way. The NHL really is it's a global thing, and Sweden would be one of the countries where it would be the biggest because of some of the players like Salming, like Lindstrom, like Henrik Lundqvist that have come through there, and it really puts Swedish hockey on the map in a big way as well.
Yeah, so 4-3 they win in overtime, 3-2 against Detroit on Friday. Nice comeback. So they have 4 points out of this and back to where they should be in the overall standing. So I guess you could say damage repaired.
For sure. Yeah, exactly. And for the Leafs, it was about tightening up things away from the puck, and they've done that. Their defensive numbers are coming around, and now they're 1 point behind the Florida Panthers, who have also played very good hockey, 7-2-1 in their last 10. And now the Leafs are right where, we kind of thought they would be at this point in the season, through 17 games, 22 points, a .647 winning percentage. Like that's where we thought they would be. So another year where the Leafs get off to somewhat of a suspect start, only to turn things around in short order. And a lot of the things that were ailing this team early on in the season aren't really ailing the team. And yes, it's nice to get the star players and get contributions from them, and Nylander scoring, Matthews scoring, Morgan Riley. But recently we have seen the other guys come through. It was a week ago yesterday that the Leafs were playing the Canucks, and the fourth line was scoring 2 goals in that game. And Matthews and Marner only needed to play 16 minutes because the game was already won and it was in control. So it's a good sign for the Leafs. They're up to third in the Atlantic, and all things seem to be going in the right direction. And now they have some time off to get acclimated back to North America before it's go time. And it's going to be somewhat of a condensed schedule for them the rest of the way.
Frankie C, take the rest of the day off, and we'll tell everybody we'll come back and line up our festivities for Grey Cup Sunday. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Bedard's vision and playmaking ability was.
Right.
I think part of it is just situationally, he found himself in spots where, look, this is a kid that the safety is never on, right? He's ready to go if the puck's on the tape, but he's also making plays. It's just a matter of finding the right spots. I don't think that the shooting will necessarily slow down for him. I think you will see more playmaking, but with Taylor Hall out right now, it looks like Taylor Radish is going to bump up into that spot with Bedard and Ryan Donato. You've got complementary guys on the line, but he's going to be the driver. That's just what it is. He's going to have the steering wheel in his hands on that line, and as long as he can get those shots on net, I think the impressive thing is that those shots are getting on net.